Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Good evening, everybody. This is the Paso Robles City Council meeting for Wednesday, January 15th at 4:30. We'll go ahead and give the roll call, please, Melissa.
Councilmember Bausch.
Here.
Councilmember Beal.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. We have closed session items. There are two. I'll let Legal Counsel Elizabeth Hull explain what we're doing.
Thank you very much. We are going into closed session on a couple of things. The first is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2. We actually have it listed as 3 cases. We'll actually only be going in on 2 cases. One of those cases relates to a threat of litigation that the city received yesterday related to the adoption of our solid waste collection fees. The other item, conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, we will not be addressing this evening.
Very good. I'll open up then to public comment. Anybody regarding these items wishing to speak, please come forward. And do we have anybody online?
No, sir.
Very good. Okay, we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session and re-adjourn at 6 o'clock.
Wants to see that? I have one too.
Everybody good? Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Paso Robles City Council member meeting for the January 15th date. We are reconvening from closed session, and we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if we can all stand and also stay standing for Pat Sheehan for the invocation.
Join with me, please. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for our elected leaders, Mayor Hammond, councilpersons Gregory, Bosch, Strong, and Beal. Fill them with the spirit of wisdom and revelation and the knowledge of Christ for every decision before them tonight and in this coming year. Bless and be with our police and emergency services personnel who bravely serve and protect us all. Give your grace to our city manager and staff to supply them with all they need to manage and care for the many needs of our city. Lord, we ask your continued blessings upon Paso Robles and its outlying areas. Grant that we might be a city on a hill, a light in these challenging days ahead of us. Lord Jesus, pour your grace upon Southern California. Be with those who are fighting those horrific fires. Comfort as only you can those who have lost so much. Father, we thank you and we ask all of this in the glorious name of your Son, the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Can we call a roll call, Melissa?
Councilmember Bausch.
Present.
Councilmember Beal. Here. Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. And also staff introduction. Sorry, am I right?
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined by Karen Jackson, IT Technician, and Shauna Howenstein, Civic Engagement Coordinator.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Ditas Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Ryan Cornell, Trade Services Director.
Remarkable Facilities Director, Randy Harris.
Being North Police. Right.
Operations.
Chris Huot, Assistant City Manager.
Elizabeth Hall, City Attorney, and I'm joined this evening by Kim Byrons and Joshua Nelson.
Very good. Thank you. Next, we have a report out from closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We went into closed session on two items, both anticipated litigation. There's no reportable action. There was a third anticipated litigation item listed and initiation of litigation, and the council did not discuss those items.
Okay, very good. Moving on to presentations, we have 3 tonight. So if I could start off with Stacy Slam, come on up and join me, please.
Is Stacy here? Sounds like, okay. We have a proclamation for the Big Brothers, Big Sisters of San Luis Obispo County. 30th Anniversary National Mentoring Month. Whereas Big Brothers, Big Sisters of San Luis Obispo County's mission is to create and support one-to-one mentoring relationships to ignite the power and promise of you. And whereas Big Brothers Big Sisters of San Luis Obispo County has provided 30 years of life-changing mentoring programs that promote education, healthy relationships, positive self-esteem, and lifelong growth. And whereas the Big Brothers Big Sisters volunteer mentors have improved the lives of more than 4,000 local children since opening in 1995. And whereas the Big Sisters Big Brothers mentoring program are evidence of based prevention programs that statistically and significantly and effortlessly, yeah, come on, no problem, reduce drug use and violence and improving youth mental health and academic performance. Whereas 98% of the children of Big Brothers Big Sisters program graduate from high school and 75% continue on their post-high school education. And whereas the volunteer mentors and professional staff support family wellness and ensure that the child safety standards are met. Whereas Big Brothers Big Sisters of San Luis Obispo County volunteers invested over 19,200 hours of volunteer time in 2024, which is valued at over $6,400,000 by the independent sector. And whereas Big Brothers Big Sisters of San Luis Obispo County has honored with numerous awards of Big Brothers Big Sisters of America, including the prestigious 2023 Growth Award. Whereas the City of Paso Robles formally recognizes the month of January as the National Mentoring Month and embraces the vision that all children should receive and achieve their full potential. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of January 2025 as the National Mentoring Month and recognizes the Big Brothers Big Sisters of San Luis Obispo County on their 30th anniversary and to the quality of youth mentoring programs that they provide for our children and families of San Luis Obispo County.
Thank you.
And are you Stacy?
I'm Stacy.
Would you like to say something?
Yeah. So good evening, everyone. Thank you for waiting. I just want to thank and offer my heartfelt gratitude to the mayor and all of the city council for this proclamation of National Mentor Month. National Mentor Month holds special meaning not just for me, but for all of us who believe in the power of mentorship. Mentorship offers more than just offering guidance. It's about building connections, nurturing growth, and empowering youth to reach their fullest potential. So it's about being a steady presence in someone's life, whether it's showing them a new perspective, providing a word of encouragement, or offering a helping hand during difficult times. I've been fortunate to witness the transformative impact of mentorship and the relationship and what that can have on the life of a child, but not only on the children, also on the mentors ourselves. And so through these relationships, we become better listeners, better learners, and better leaders. We realize that every conversation, every shared experience holds the power to shape a life. So I want to honor all of the mentors and mentees in our community, to the mentors who give us their time and their hearts, and to the mentees who embrace the lessons and opportunities with open minds and with courage. Together, we create a ripple effect that reaches beyond our individuals into neighborhoods, into schools, and into our organizations. The work that we do today echoes into the future, helping to create stronger, more connected communities for years to come. So finally, I encourage everyone to consider becoming a mentor in this new year. Remember that each of us has the potential and the ability to make a difference. You don't have to have all the answers to be a mentor. You just have to be willing to listen and to share and walk with someone alongside them as they grow. It truly takes little to be big. So thank you again for this important proclamation. I look forward to continuing our work together to support, guide, and inspire the next generation of leaders. So a big thank you to you all.
Now, if I can actually have a couple of my brother firefighters, both of you, come on up if you don't mind. Doug Harris, JP, John Prickett, come on up. Doug, and this one on either side, if you don't mind, JP. Yeah. There you go. Thank you. All right. So it's bittersweet. Spent a lot of hours, a lot of time, a lot of years with these two guys. But well deserved. You've earned it. And again, we're going to say something here for you. These are proclamations of JP, John Prickett, and also Doug Harris. And I'll read Doug's first. Honoring Doug Harris on the occasion of his retirement from the city of Paso Robles. Whereas fire engineer Doug Harris began his fire service career in 1993 and started serving the residents of Paso Robles and surrounding communities in 1996 as a member of the Paso Robles Fire Emergency Services. Whereas engineer Harris officially retired December 20, 2024, after 31 years of outstanding and meritorious services to the residents throughout the San Luis Obispo County. And whereas today we recognize the extraordinary commitment to public service exemplified by Engineer Harris for 31 years as he has been embodied of what it means to be dedicated to one's life of public service. And whereas public service is not just a profession, it is a calling. It demands patience, perseverance, and above all, a steadfast commitment to making a difference in the lives of others. For Engineer Harris, this commitment has been a driving force behind decades of hard work, selfless and countless contributions to his community. And whereas Engineer Harris understood that public service is more about than just filling duties, it's about uplifting others, inspiring trust, and leaving the community stronger than it was before. So now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby take the opportunity to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation to Engineer Harris for making public the Paso Robles a safer place to live, work, and play. Our congratulations on his well-earned retirement, and our best wishes to him, continued service and success and happiness and good health for many years to come. And now I'll do the honor of JP, who we used to call back in the day. Yeah, Johnny, all kinds of names. And you came like a little puppy. Proclamation honoring John Prickett on the occasion of his retirement of the city of Paso Robles. Whereas Fire Captain Paramedic John Prickett began his service to the residents of Paso Robles and surrounding communities in 1987 as a member of the Paso Robles Fire Emergency Services. And whereas Captain Prickett officially retired on December 23rd, 2024, after 35 years outstanding meritorious service to the residents of Paso Robles, and whereas Captain Prickett has served the community with unwavering pride, commitment, and whether through specific roles, responsibilities, and contributions, Captain Prickett consistently went above and beyond, always placing the need of others first. And whereas Captain Prickett didn't just work for the community, he worked for the community, building relationships, solving challenges, and making a lasting impact that will be felt for generations to come. Whereas throughout Captain Prickett's career, he carried out the duties with integrity, humility, and unshakable sense of purpose. Every step of the way, he exemplified what it means to truly serve with pride, compassion, and with a deep love of the people and the place that he's called home. So therefore, let it now be resolved that I, John Hammond, with the authority vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby take this opportunity to express our sincere, grateful appreciation of Captain Prickett for making Paso Robles a safer place to live, work, and play. Our congratulations to him and well-earned retirement. Our best wishes, of course, go to him and his family. Continued success, happiness, and good health for years to come.
Thank you very much. And I speak for both of us. I hope we couldn't have done this without the support of our families. Doug and I, my wife Elizabeth, my son Ryan, my daughter Olivia away at college. The continued support we had throughout the years to be able to do this job and be away from home and do that, as you see in Los Angeles right now, a lot of guys away from home for extensive periods of time. Greatest profession in the world. I truly really was honored to serve the citizens of Paso Robles and be a part of this community, and I hope to continue to do that. And just remember, as a former administrative captain for community risk reduction, please remain safe out there and think about all the things you can do to help protect your environment that you live in, especially those living on the west side. Thank you again.
Thank you. Doug?
All right, that was pretty special. Thank you. Moving on, general public comments. This is a time that the public may address the council on items within its purview, but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. Council or staff may briefly respond to statements or questions posed by the public. Please fill out a speaker card and give it to our clerk as you come up. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Those wishing to speak on any item scheduled on tonight's agenda will be given the opportunity at the time the agenda is to be heard. Looks like first up is Stan.
Good evening, Dale Guston. I just want to extend my gratitude to the council for keeping the employee parking lots open. They are pretty full on the weekends, and so I think it's starting to work. I did notice that it said permit required, and I know the city is not issuing permits, so I wish this ambiguity could be cleared up.
Thank you, Dale. Anyone else? Welcome.
How you doing? I'm new to this, so I just have a couple of questions.
Your name, sir?
My name is Jose.
Jose.
I do this thing called I watch cops. I'm a cop watcher, and I've been having an issue trying to get some body cams and public information from our police department, and I'm wondering if somebody could actually lead me in the right direction on how to obtain body camera from incidents that happen in our police department, just to hold them accountable, because I see a lot of bias policing going on in this town, and I don't think it's right. So if anybody could lead me in the right directions on how to get some body cameras and body camera footage, and also the written reports from the police department and any calls that come in over dispatch. So that's my biggest concern right now. So does anybody have an answer for that?
We can get that answer after you're finished.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's all I have. And that's another thing too is I'm just wondering if you guys are all aware of the Constitution and the First Amendment and the rights that the First Amendment gives us. I don't know if I see some heads shaking yes. Other ones kind of just looking like, what are you asking about? You know what I mean? And can anybody recite the 5 elements of the First Amendment of the Constitution?
We're not going to do that time now.
No? Can I tell you what it is?
You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, the First Amendment of the Constitution allows us freedom of speech, freedom of press, freedom of religion, freedom to gather and petition our grievances, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I was falsely arrested on the 27th of December for exercising my freedom of speech. Okay. So I don't know where this is going or what's going to happen, but I'm just letting you guys know that my First Amendment of the Constitution was violated. Okay. We have officers that don't even know what the First Amendment of the Constitution is. And I think it's pretty shameful that they're actually in that position that they could take somebody's freedom away for expressing free speech.
Very good.
Is that it?
If you're finished, yes.
I'm finished. I would like some answers, though, towards the end of the day or when the meeting's over, if somebody could come up to me and just tell me what I need to do in order to receive body cams and all that stuff. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jose. Anyone else? Anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, Chief, can you explain or give a question and answer to this one?
Yes. Jose has actually, we've handled over 10 PRA requests for him. We handle them within the law. We work with BBK to handle every one of his requests. Anything that he is entitled to, we have turned over to him. There is stuff that he is not entitled to per the law, and those things cannot be turned over. So anything that he has reached out, all of the complaints and all of the PRA requests we have handled within law.
Okay.
And to answer the question, all he has to do is come and request it. He does get written responses to each one of those as to, yes, we release this, here's why. And if we don't release something, we give him the reasonings why we don't.
Right. So just in general, anybody who asks for any kind of public record can always come and write the city or to the administration office. And,
yes, sir. They can come directly down, straight into our lobby, request that. They can come to City Hall, request it. We get those from City Hall also.
Right.
It can be in an email. It can be in person. We take all of those.
Very good. All right. Thank you. All right. Seeing no one, we'll go ahead and close then the public comment and bring it back here to our interim city manager, or actually assistant city manager. Are there any items to be deferred, Chris?
Mayor, yes. Staff would like to defer item P7 to a future meeting. We're waiting on some additional documentation for the council to be able to consider that item. So we'd ask that P7 be deferred this evening from the consent calendar.
Okay. Do we need to take a motion on that at this point, or just direct staff to do that?
You can staff's just letting you know that they're going to pull that item for tonight, and we'll deal with it in a future date.
Okay, we'll pull that one. Thank you. Okay, moving on, then we have overview of items still on the consent calendar. Assistant City Manager Chris Huot, if you can get that to us, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Tonight we have 11 items on your consent calendar. The first 3 are approval of meeting minutes from your December 17th regular meeting and your January 7th and January 8th special meetings. Item 4 is the receipt of advisory body minutes. These are minutes from the Youth Commission, the Planning Commission, and I believe PRAC and the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. Item number 5 is an approval of an agreement with Townsend Public Affairs for state and federal legislative advocacy services and grant writing services. Item number 6 is the receipt of the warrant register. Since we last met, it looks like we've had 4 check runs totaling about $4.2 million. There are several items that exceed $100,000, so I'll walk you through those. Bear with me, please. The first is a payment to Leo Tidwell Excavating Corporation. This is for the EDA grant-funded fiber network installation project in the amount of $400,921.19. Again, most of that is grant-funded. The second item is Granite Construction Company, payment for construction contract for the Phase 1 of the Cruston Road Improvement Project in the amount of $117,607.60. Item number 3 is a payment to Arburg Corporation. This is for the Navajo Avenue Basin repairs. in the amount of $101,797.87. The next item is a pass-through payment to the San Luis Obispo County Visitors Organization in the amount of $122,367.31. This is for the October 2024 and other outstanding months payments. Again, this is a pass-through of an assessment that's collected at hotels. This is not a payment to them from the city. The next item is a similar item. This is a payment to Travel Paso or Paso Robles Destination Marketing Group, again for payments for October 24 and previous months, and the amount of $162,329.43. Next item is a payment to the San Luis Obispo County Public Works Department for the Nacimiento Water Operating Fund. This is part of the annual billing process. $587,392.80. That's out of the water fund. Next item is also out of the water fund, payment to Badger Meter Inc. This is for part of the automatic metering project for meter lids. Again, paid out of the water fund in the amount of $103,000. $103,714.88. The next is a payment to Newton Construction and Management. This is for the closeout of Fire Station 3, the final payment, $268,184.55. Next is to USA Bank. This is for tax allocation bonds, debt payment in the amount of $164,632.04. And the last item is to Quiglino Roofing. This is for the public safety roof repairs in the amount of $271,655.30. Jumping back to the consent calendar, item number 7 is deferred. Item number 8 is a resolution awarding a professional services agreement to Rick Engineering to update our storm drain master plan. This plan has not been updated since 2007. We need to get this updated. Item number 9 is an approval of a resolution to award a construction contract for the Creston Road Rehabilitation Project. This is for water service installation. I'd like to note on this item, you were provided a memo making minor modifications to the recommendation, adding water and wastewater fund reserves to cover the unanticipated project cost. So the memo you have, we'd like to incorporate that into both the recommendation and the resolution that you're considering tonight. By way of this comment. Item number 10 is approval of a resolution awarding a construction contract for road repairs. This is in the Serenade and Brahman neighborhoods in the amount of about $869,000. Item number 11, and your final item on the consent calendar, is approval of a resolution amending the contract with Stantec Consulting. This is related to the design of the South Vine Street Road realignment and the South Vine Street Bridge for additional work we needed them to accomplish to move that project forward. With that, we're available for any questions, and again, with the noted changes that I mentioned during my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, we'll move then to consent items, and they are considered routine and do not normally require separate discussion. However, any member of the council or the public that has a specific question or wants clarification on an item, we can get those answered now before the vote is taken. Secondly, any member of the council or the public that wants to have a full discussion on an item that will cause that item to be pulled and moved to the end of the consent or actually discussion calendar tonight. Now I ask the council to go ahead and ask any questions or wishes to pull any of those, and start on my left. Any questions? Chris, you have one?
On P5, I just want to bring to the attention, there was some questions last year or 2 years ago, and then again, some questions this year. I think this is kind of misunderstood by some members of the public. This is, I think, a good use of public funds. We end up spending about $7,500 a month, about $90,000 a year, and I think Townsend has been able to provide about $810,000 over the course of the last 2 years, with another $500,000 in grants still possibly yet to come. Sounds like a lot of money for our consultant, $90,000 a year, but it's actually money well spent. So just want to point that out. Second question would be related to P11, if I could. This is the South Line Road realignment and South Line Bridge. I believe this was where we shifted some of the funds away from the bridge, if my memory serves me correctly, and put towards the pickleball courts. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. This is the project that we shifted our American Rescue Plan Act funds towards the Sherwood pickleball courts.
So is that, have we identified how to replace those? Are we?
So we have funding for the project already. It's a combination of transportation impact fees. There is some general fund dollars and some transit dollars associated with it. But the vast majority of the funding for the project is going to be proceeds from some sort of debt issuance.
So we're not in danger of investing in the engineering costs and then not have any way to pay for it. We'll still be able to pay for it, correct? Very good. Thank you.
Steve? Okay. Okay, I had a couple things I kind of wanted to get into. If I don't mind, last week we had a couple special meetings that were out of the ordinary, and I'd like to have, if you don't mind, Elizabeth Hall, to read out. Those were items 2 and 3, the special meetings for January 7th, and then also we had a secondary closed session meeting January 8th. If you don't mind, Elizabeth, can you go ahead and read out? Because I think we only had maybe 1 or 2 people here at the end of that. So
sure,
just
happy
for the record.
Excuse me. So on January 7th, Tuesday, January 7th, the council went into closed session regarding anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation. At the end of that, the council voted 5-0 for me to make the following statement. The City Council went into closed session this evening regarding a threat of litigation from San Luis Obispo Tribune. The council met in closed session and created a subcommittee to meet with the City Attorney's Office regarding a request for certain records in the city's control and for certain records that may be responsive public records located on the personal devices of Councilmember Bausch. Sorry, this is the one from the 8th. The city has made every effort to comply with the requirements of the Public Records Act, including the requirement to provide responsive records that are held on the personal devices of public officials. The City Council has directed the City Attorney to inform legal counsel for the San Luis Obispo Tribune that the city has conducted a search of the city's servers for responsive records and will continue to search for responsive records. The city has or will be releasing any responsive non-exempt records. At this time, the city will be withholding certain records related to City Manager Lewis's claim against the city and the related personnel investigation that are attorney-client privileged, attorney work product privileged, or that the city believes are exempt pursuant to the Public Records Act. As to any Public Records Act that may be on Councilmember Bausch's personal devices, Councilmember Bausch has agreed to review his personal devices and will commence providing responsive documents to the City Attorney's Office within 2 weeks of today. The day before that, we had gone into closed session, and from that, there was no reportable action on the first item. And in the second item, we just announced that we'd be creating the subcommittee and would be reconvening on the 8th.
Very good. Thank you for explaining what we did last week. I had other questions too. Actually, Ditas, if you don't mind, I was going to ask you on items 10 and 11. On 10, showing the map, what type of work is planned for that area of Serenade? Can you describe what the residents will be seeing?
Okay. Yes, so the maintenance treatment that is proposed for these neighborhood is to crack fill. And then once the cracks are filled, then we will place a slurry seal on the surface of the road. And then there's some minor, and then also there's some curb ramps that will need to be upgraded. So the current PCI of those streets in the neighborhood is an average of 69, which is fairly good, but By doing this treatment, we will catch it just before it goes beyond deterioration that's more expensive. So this way we're spending a little less money and to increase its useful life for $869,000, which sounds like a lot of money, but there's a lot of streets in that neighborhood. So it's an effective way to use our sales tax money.
And maintain. Pro Tem Gregory, you have a question on that?
Related to that. So Ditas, is that the entire neighborhood up there?
Yeah, all the Serenade neighborhood.
Okay.
And then the Brahma neighborhood just down the street from them.
Okay, good.
So that's a lot of streets.
Yeah, a lot of area.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and then the second one I had for you is item 11, the amending of the contract to Santec for consulting. And this has to do with the South Vine Street road alignment and the South Vine Street Bridge. And so the way I read that, it looks like we're increasing the cost for them to do the analysis. And I just want to make sure, though, that the way I remember this was that the developer is paying 48% of all these costs. Can you explain that and how that's working?
That is correct. The gateway agreement that was executed between the city and the developer agreed that the developer would pay 48% of their share of the South Vine realignment total, including design, construction, and grading only. And then they are responsible 100% for all the utilities under the street, water, sewer, gas, anything that will serve their development. So the city will only be responsible for 50% of the grading cost and also the design of the road.
Got it. That's getting fairly close to what kind of expectations should we be seeing something happening in that area in the next year or two?
Probably the South Vine Bridge will be advertised pretty soon because we need to get that constructed during the non-winter months. Yeah. So that will be coming soon. And then as far as the South Vine Road, since the developer is responsible for the grading, they will be the first ones. They will be responsible for putting those out to bid.
Okay. And just to let everybody know, this is that new bridge that comes at the end of Vine Street before it crosses Highway 46 East.
Right. It goes, It takes Theater Drive across the channel, and then it'll meet the realigned South Vine Street.
Very good. Okay, that's what I had. Thank you. So no further questions from council. I'll open up then to public. Any public wishing to pull or have questions on an item? Dale?
Dale Augustin, 630 13th Street, Paso Robles. I'm a little bit confused. I had understood that you told the Tribune all the records, the requests were provided, but I'm confused because I thought one of the requests was for a tape in the possession of Chris Bausch. Is that the one that's being considered as privileged?
Okay, we'll get that answered. Anyone else? Okay, we'll bring it back then to council. Elizabeth, you want to answer that question?
Sure. So there are a number of Public Records Act requests. Some are for records and documents that are on the city's server, the ones that the city has actual control over. Those have been provided. The records that are on a council member's personal device are in the city's constructive control, but the council member is reviewing it and pulling those records for us. And so once those are provided to the city, then we'll make a determination as to whether or not the records that are within Mr. Bausch's control are privileged and should be withheld or released.
Okay, thank you. Bring it back to council for direction, questions, and or action.
Mayor Hammond?
Pro Tem Gregory.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve items 1 through 6 and 8 through 11 of the...
I'll second them as presented by the city attorney.
Well,
or our assistant city manager.
Assistant city, yeah, there were some changes in language that Chris asked to have. Are you incorporating that in your motion as well on item 9?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm seconding.
And then you'll approve the deferral of item 7.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We have a motion by Pro Tem Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. Any questions, any discussion? Call for the question, listen.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to public hearings. We'll open public hearings. First item here we have is the time and place fixed for public hearing to revise the rate and method of apportionment for special tax improvement area 2. So Ryan Cornell, are you going to have that for us?
Yes, hi, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. This is our second step process in updating the CFD taxes for a specific improvement area as part of the Olson South Chandler. On December 3rd, we approved Resolution 24-139 that considered this and set the date to January 15th, which is tonight. Mr. Mayor, we have, again, another script for you to read off because it is a very procedural and legal process. And so, but I believe we have all the documents and votes ready to go. So I think we're just going to go through the script. City Council, if you have any questions, I'd be more than willing to answer any questions you might have. But we're simply just updating the tax rates for this particular sub area.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and start the procedural language that we have to do this correctly. And first, this goes to Melissa. Was the notice of public hearing mailed and published in accordance with the law?
Yes, the notice was mailed and published in accordance with the law.
Very good. I will now open up the public hearing to anyone wishing to ask questions or to present testimony or any protest or general comments. Anyone from the public? You can come over. If it's a general public comment to this item, you can come over to the... No, that's gone. This is just on this item, sir. Thank you, Juan. All right. Jose, let's go ahead and then close the public comment, and no further public testimony will be accepted. Does the council have any questions or comments? This side? Good. Madam Clerk, are there any written protests that have been received?
No written protests have been received.
Okay. All right, Melissa, then are there any persons registered to vote within the testimony or territory of Improvement Area 2 of District 2?
No, the County of San Luis Obispo Registrar of Voters has certified that there are no registered voters within the territory of improvements, area number 2 of the Community Facilities District number 2022-1N.
Okay, and has the owner of all taxable property in the Improvement Area 2 of the Community Facility District number 2022-1N consented to holding a special election on January 15th, 2025, which is today?
Yes.
So as our city clerk, do you therefore concur that the special election may be held on January 15th?
Yes.
I will now now close public hearing. And further, I will make a motion for this council to approve the following resolution. Resolution 25XXX-A of the City of Council of the City of Paso Robles, calling for a special election and submitting to the qualified voters of Improvement Area number 2 of the City of Paso Robles Community Facility District number 2022-1N, also known as Olson South Chandler Ranch Facilities. The proposition of whether the rate and method of the apportionment of special tax for improvement of Area 2 of said Community Facilities District should be revised.
Second.
So we have a motion by Hammond and a second by Strong. Any discussion? Call for the question, list.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now that we have adopted the resolution calling for a special election, Madam Clerk, would you please conduct the special election?
The official ballot has been opened and that The official ballot has been opened and all the votes were in favor of the propositions presented on the ballot.
Very good. Hearing the special election to revise the rate and method of apportionment for special tax area number 2, I will make the motion then therefore to approve the following resolution. Resolution 25XXB of the City Council of the City of El Paso de Robles declaring the result of the special election within the improvement area number 2 of the City of Paso Robles Community Facilities District number 2022-1N, also known as Olson South Chandler Ranch Facilities, on the proposition regarding revising the rate and method apportionment of special tax of improvement area number 2 of said community facilities district and determining the changes to the rate and method of the apportionment of special tax.
Second.
Motion by Hammond, second by Strong. Any discussion? Call for the question.
Mayor Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch,
Aye.
Councilmember Beal,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I will further make a motion to introduce by title only and waive further reading of the following ordinance. No number yet, XXX of the City Council of the City of El Paso de Robles, acting as legislative body of the City of Paso Robles Community Facility District number 2022-1N, also known as Olson South Chandler Ranch Facilities, will levy special taxes on the subject facilities district.
Second.
Motion by Hammond, second by Strong. Any discussion? Call for the question.
Mayor Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch,
Aye.
Councilmember Beal,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Okay, done that. Item 2 is a public hearing conducting the Proposition 211 process for solid, you say so? Yeah, 218 process for solid waste collection rates. Adam Spalding, do you have our report?
Yeah, sorry. Difference.
So I think there's some preliminary matters. Let me help out here. So we want to welcome everybody to the public hearing process for the proposed increases to the city's solid waste rates. Before we open the public hearing, I'm going to explain some of the requirements of Prop 218 governing this process and the adoption of the rates and charges. This public hearing was set in compliance with Proposition 218 to ensure maximum transparency and an abundance of caution. The city voluntarily subjected the proposed rates to the Prop 218 procedures and does not concede their applicability to privately provided solid waste services. The city mailed a notice of this public hearing to any record owner whose property is subject to the imposition of the proposed rates and charges, and any customer of record who are not property owners. The date and time of this public hearing is not less than 45 days after the city mailed the notice. The purpose of the public hearing is for the City Council to hear all oral testimony and consider all written protests concerning the proposed rate increases. It is also held to determine whether there is a majority protest to the proposed rates and whether to proceed with the adoption of the proposed rates. The property owners and tenants are not required to provide oral testimony at today's hearing to submit a written protest. However, anyone who wishes his or her protest to be counted must submit a written protest prior to the close of the public hearing tonight. The public hearing will be closed after the City Council has heard and considered all oral testimony on these items. If written protests against the proposed rate increases are presented by a majority of the owners of the identified parcels upon which the changes are to be imposed, or tenants directly liable for the payment of the charges, the City Council may not impose the rate increase. If there is a majority protest, if there is no majority protest, the City Council may impose the rate increases. And to determine whether a majority protest exists, only one written protest per parcel shall be considered. Can we go ahead and proceed with the staff presentation now?
Yeah. So Adam, thank you, Elizabeth. Go ahead and then, if you would now, do the staff report on the item.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This public hearing is for the conclusion of the Proposition 218 process related to solid waste hauling rate adjustment proposed by Paso Robles Waste and Recycle. As a reminder of the process, the city undergoes rate reviews every 5 years for its utility pricing to ensure that those rates accurately reflect the current and anticipated costs for those services provided. The last solid waste rate study was submitted and approved in 2020, making this the next year for rate review. In accordance with the solid waste franchise agreement, Paso Robles Waste and Recycle had a third-party review and develop a rate study. This study outlined areas in which there have been significant changes within the last 5 years and would require rate adjustments to keep pace with these increased costs. The study was then provided to the city for review. It outlined and explained significant changes for hauling operations that are beyond the independent control of Paso Robles Waste and Recycle, including significant equipment, insurance, and fuel increases. These changes in part were due to changes in state regulations, the COVID-19 pandemic, supply chain issues, and general trends in the industry. Many of these changes are anticipated to continue into the foreseeable future. After review, the proposed rate increase was presented to Council on November 19th, at which time it received approval to begin the Proposition 218 process, where property owners in the city are notified of proposed rate adjustments and are given at least 45 days to submit protest votes to the city clerk. Notices were sent out on or before November 28th in accordance with the requirements of Prop 218, and as of noon today, the total count of protest votes to the city clerk is 13. In just a moment, Ian Hoover from Paso Robles Waste and Recycle will review key drivers for the rate adjustment request. Thank you.
Okay. That's concluded your report part. Okay. I think I want to see somebody from Ian Hoover from Paso Robles Waste has a time to comment and give a proposal.
Good evening, Mayor Hammond and members of the council. My name is Ian Hoover, and I serve as General Manager for Paso Robles Waste and Recycle. And tonight, I'm just going to provide a brief review of the key elements of the key findings of the rate study that we presented November 19th of 2024. Solid waste service adjustments are approved in 5-year blocks. We base that on an audited financial year, and because we can only look so far ahead, we generally do a projection for the first year increase, followed by cost of living and consumer price index adjustments. So there's a current rates were adopted in May of 2020, and were based on an analysis of the company's 2018 audited financials. Since that time, there's been some significant changes in the economy. COVID-19 went into effect in March of 2020, drove staffing challenges, nationwide inflation, supply chain issues, and all those issues drove up the cost of servicing the city. Nevertheless, services never skipped a beat. We provided service on schedule throughout the whole pandemic. We've also experienced increases in per ton disposal costs for recycling, green waste, and at the landfill. And we're now subject to new California regulations born from SB 1383. For financial year ending 12/31/2023, the net result was a 2.6% rate of return for our residential and commercial operations, and a negative 14.8% return on our roll-off operations. These financials were the result of labor and related costs going up 41%, closing out 2024, a landfill tip fee increase of 13.7%, recycling processing fees have increased 57.4%, or about $240,000 annually. Fuel expense is up 74%. Insurance costs are up 81.7%. Equipment costs are up 73%. Equipment maintenance is up 60.8%, and tires are up 104%. These are all since our last rate study that was accepted in March of 2020. We also, subject to some new state mandates, some new requirements on the city are allowing the city to implement an SB 1383 reimbursement That began in April of last year with an annualized cost of $190,000, and the company is now going to be providing state-mandated recovered organic waste products for application to city parks and lands at an estimated annual cost of $60,000. As a result, to achieve a target return on operations of 10%, we need a 11.96% increase to residential rates, 11.96% increase to commercial rates, and a 33.9% increase to roll-off rates. The roll-off rates, I'm going to make a special note here. Roll-off rates were not included in the last two rate studies that we've done in the city of Paso Robles and have not changed since 2007. And since 2007, the rate of inflation has been 52%. So we're actually providing that at a lower cost than we were in 2007. Here's some sample rates and the effect on those service levels due to these increases. Our most common residential service is the 60-gallon service size. That'll be increasing $6.87 per month. Our most common commercial service is the 1.5 yard weekly service, and that'll be increasing $19.14 a month. Roll-off, another note on roll-off, this is for the service portion only. With roll-off, there's also additional tonnage charges. The disposal costs on that are based on the weight of the waste that's in the container. This is from the rate comparison report, and I also presented it at the November 19th City Council meeting. I left it in here just to show that even with the increases, we're still in the range of other haulers in the county and in the area. And actually, since this chart was produced, most of those other jurisdictions have announced rate increases similar in magnitude to what we're asking for. A final component of this is an adjustment to the IWMA fees. The IWMA is the Integrated Waste Management Authority. They're a joint powers agency that does compliance and education and assists the haulers and jurisdictions throughout the county with solid waste matters. They raised their fees in July of 2022, right in the middle of our 5-year block of rate increases. So that actually has not been implemented yet. And if this 218 process is successful and adopted, if these rates are adopted, we will also roll out the implementation of the IWMA fee increase, which currently sits at 3%. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions on my left? Any questions on my right? Ian, I had a question with regard to the IWMA fee. I know that we as a board deferred or reduced the rate. And are you taking into account, I think it was almost 5% at this point, that we reduced it down. Is that
yes, good
in your
question.
calculation?
And I should have left it on the last slide, but the IWMA approved a 5.4%. That was in the wake of the passage of SB 1383 and not really knowing what the true cost for compliance with that regulation would be.
Right.
And since then, the IWMA has twice reduced that fee to its current 3%.
Okay. And I think that's only good for a while longer too, isn't it? What's the timing on that when it's supposed to come back up?
I'm not aware.
Yeah, Adam.
I'll let Adam speak to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the IWMA is undergoing a rate review study. There is a consultant who's conducting that, and I believe that's due the end of May. And then that will be reviewed. But I asked the question, it was actually this week, do they anticipate that going up above beyond the 5.4? That's not anticipated at all. So it'd still be within the range that's included in the
right.
process.
It's not going to be significant, that's for sure. Yeah.
And then I think the last time the effective rate got changed to residents, it was like 2.4, 2.2. So not a significant change based on what they were saying.
Yeah, I was very happy with the board, the fact that, you know, just because they have the ability, they didn't. We basically rolled things back to be less money and more competitive if we can pass it on to all the haulers. So that's important. Okay, then no questions from the council. I'll go ahead and open up to the Let me
Do
stick
you
to
want me
the
to
script.
clarify
Yeah.
some of the rules for you?
Yeah, I need to stick to the script here, right?
Sure. So
Thank you, Ian.
The public hearing will be conducted in the following manner. The City Council will open the public hearing for any person wishing to speak on this item. After oral testimony has been heard, the City Council will close the public hearing. Only those written protests submitted prior to the close of the public hearing will be counted. Anyone choosing to speak will be given a maximum of 3 minutes, so we ask that you keep your comments brief and to the point, and so that we can allow everyone a chance to speak. The city clerk will be keeping time for each speaker, and you will be notified when you have reached your maximum allowed time.
Okay, now we will open it up to public hearing to anyone wishing to make comment on this. Do we have anybody in the audience wishing to make a notice? Seeing none. And Melissa, do we have anybody online?
No, sir.
Okay. So seeing no one else wishing to speak, prepare to close the public hearing. Before I do that, I'd like to provide anyone who would like to submit or withdraw a written protest the opportunity to do so. Once the public hearing is closed, the City Council may no longer accept any written protest on the proposed rate increases. Are there any written protests to be delivered to the city clerk? Okay. We will go ahead and declare the public hearing now closed. I will ask staff to provide the City Council with the tabulation results of all valid written protests submitted prior to the close of this public hearing.
Prior to the close of the public hearing, we received a total of 13 written protest letters regarding the rates for the solid waste services charges. For the proposed rates for the city's solid waste service charges, the number required to constitute a majority protest would equal 8,568. A majority protest does not exist to the proposed rates for the solid waste service charges.
Very good. As a majority protest does not exist, the City Council may now proceed to consider the proposed resolution to allow increases to the city's solid waste service rates. Do any of the members of the council wish to speak or call on any questions to staff for clarification with respect to the proposed rate increases?
I don't have a question, but I'm ready to make a
Pro
motion.
Tem Gregory?
Nobody else? Okay.
Yep, you're it.
So I move that we approve Resolution 25XXX, approving the solid waste rates for the Paso Robles for Waste and Recycle exclusive solid waste franchise agreement with the city, known as in Exhibit A, and authorize the city manager to execute all relevant documentation.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Beal. Any discussion? Councilman Balch.
Just a note to the public, this is the second iteration. We have done this in the past, so that's why it seems like we're doing this really fast, because we have had a discussion on this in the past. So Adam, thank you very much. Ian, thank you very much for your presentation. Staff, thank you. John, thank you for your comments on IWMA. But I think we've had a good chance to get our questions out before the public. So thank you very much to Paso Waste for all of your service. You guys do a great job for the community, not just in picking up the waste, but all the many things that you do behind the scenes. Thank you very much.
Okay. We'll go ahead and call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Passes. Thank you. That'll close the public hearings portion of the meeting tonight. Everybody's good to go ahead. Keep going without a break. Open up then the discussion items. Item 1, the 2025 4th of July Community Fireworks Celebration by Barney Schwartz. And Frida Berman, you have that report.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, tonight we ask you to consider the future of the July 4th fireworks celebration at Barney Schwartz Park. As you know, the event was reinstated in 2022 after a 10-year hiatus. The city and Travel Paso teamed together to put on a successful event with family-friendly activities, food trucks, and a fireworks show. The 2023 event was also very successful and added 2 free concerts. The 2024 event, although successful, was much more challenging. If you remember, temperatures were very high, very, very high, and crowds arrived late. Although ultimately we estimate the largest crowd since the event was reinstated, they all arrived at the same time, probably between 8 and 9 p.m. More importantly, funding the event in 2024 was a challenge. Although the city contribution remained at $65,000, all sponsor revenue was down. This resulted in all budget savings from previous July 4th events to be expended. For 2024, final expenses totaled approximately $161,500 and total revenues were $153,500. I do need to mention that we historically have fantastic and critical in-kind support from local businesses and organizations that allow the event to happen. If we didn't have them, costs would be astronomically higher. But that doesn't mitigate the significant cost of putting the July 4th event on in terms of event operations, personnel, services, professional services, and city staffing. The anticipated cost of a similar event in 2025 is $170,000. And with $65,000 allocated by the city and $35,000 committed by Travel Paso, a gap of $70,000 at a minimum will have to be filled. Large crowds dictate most of the costs, which will not be significantly reduced unless the scope and hours of the event are reduced. But finally, I will have to say that events have viable lifespans. What was financially feasible may no longer be. Sponsors may not be able to continue contributing. City priorities change. And events should be evaluated and adjusted each year for operational efficiency and community interest. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions and receive your direction on the 2025 event.
Thank you, Frida. Start with questions on this side. Fred, Chris? No? Okay, Pro Tem Gregory?
Yes, Frida. So is there a way to, I've got to just come out and ask these questions, reduce costs somehow? I know your staff's there quite early, like at 2 o'clock in the afternoon until close. And I don't want to delay the decision on this, but I would like to see you come back with some way to reduce costs on it, if there's any way possible, just to try to make it more palatable, since we have to come up, last time we had the money, this time we don't, to figure out maybe the ways to raise money. Or I love the event, but I think we need to figure out a way to cut costs. So that's my comment, question. So.
Got it. Chris?
Yeah, I think I share the same sentiment. It was a wonderful event. I wasn't there for the whole event, but what I saw was amazing. You know, and in similar events, you know, cutting the hours, cutting the number of performances, things like that come to mind. I don't want to get into the details. That's your specialty, but I think that's a good consideration to challenge you with. Would hate to see the event go away, but I think we also need to challenge the public, our sponsors, to see if anybody else has creative ideas that we might be able to take advantage of.
And I kind of echo that same thing. I was reading the report, and I personally, I think we could certainly save costs by reducing the hours. I mean, you know, especially when it's warm, people seem to come out in the evening, you know, that 5 o'clock to 9:30. I think it's pretty much 9 when we start the fireworks themselves. It's dark enough to do that. So also the number of bands that are playing instead of 2, maybe 1, you know, and maybe even the actual stage, if we can, you know, make I mean, it was beautiful the way it was set up. It's just pretty much a top shelf kind of a place for them to play and for people to watch them too. maybe there might be some other options there where we can save some cost, and I think you mentioned too that, mostly it's labor, staff time that really is the cost part of it. So let's, if you don't mind, I personally would like to see some other options, and we don't have to make this time sensitive at this minute, but maybe we can come back maybe with some ideas. I think also possibly even getting our community business partners out there more involved. I mean, there's so much, just like we had, here for our New Year's. I think it's a one of a kind event, and we can always do it. But the problem is, I think we need to have more involvement with the business side of it, that we can kind of beat the brush a little bit and tell them just how important it is for them to contribute at this point in time. So that would be my comment and questions on it. But let's go ahead and open it up to the public.
Well, can I just add, based on your comments, it's kind of tricky because people start arriving, first of all, because people start arriving about 7 a.m. Not a lot of people, but it will require some staff. We could reduce that. When we start security, when all the police officers start, when the firefighters start, that all can be considered. What is concerning to me is fireworks contracts need to be signed now. So that's probably around $42,000 to $45,000. So that's something that we need. I need your authorization to at least commit to the event at some level. But delaying is concerning that we won't be able to pull it off. And, from my events, I really want to pull it off executed at the highest level. So I think we can make some adjustments. It's just very tricky because a lot of people, not the majority of people, are used to spending the day there and having recreational activities and that sorts of thing. We can start later. It will reduce some costs. But I'm concerned about signing contracts now to be able to execute.
So that's a question I'll ask you. As I remember, the actual pyrotechnic part of it was probably close to 30 minutes worth, or maybe even more.
It's a 20-minute show.
20 minutes. And so that's why I was wondering if we can maybe reduce that. Maybe that would save a whole lot of costs, or is it mostly just the setup and them coming? It's still going to be the same.
I mean, that's of $170,000. That's $42,000 to $45,000.
Yeah.
So I don't know, because of the labor that is required by them to set up the fireworks, how much a 5-minute reduction in the show would save us. Travel Paso has committed to assisting us in filling that gap. I certainly can come back with a revised budget at the next council meeting, proposed budget for your approval. But at some level, we need to get started at least now with planning.
Commitment, yeah. Commitment to the pyrotechnic part of it, that's for sure. Okay. Chris, go ahead.
Echoing the security concerns, we were out there kind of on the early shift, and we were in a position to watch them setting up the pyrotechnics. They were out there very early, and they had to have a lot of security to keep people away from the setup, just to keep people from getting hurt in an unplanned event. So you're right, there's an awful lot that goes into this. It's not just, come out later kind of a situation. There's a lot of moving pieces to this. So
right, it's really mind-boggling in some ways how to reduce an event that really takes the whole community to set up and operate. I mean, it's not just paid staff, it's paid security. We have to have paid security there. And the community volunteers. We also have community volunteers that participate. So, I think that if we commit to the fireworks, we can figure out a reduced budget. But at this point, I'd have to really work on what that reduced number is going.
Councilman Strong, I'm sorry.
Yes, now, in the past, I know that we've had at least one competing fireworks project just north of Highway 46 on private property.
That hasn't happened for several years.
Oh, okay. So we're not going to worry about that.
We're the only one.
That's
All right,
what,
very good.
that was my question too. I don't remember Cayucas doing any, or Tascadero, right?
No,
Right, so we're pretty much the
only one in this area, yes.
we ought to get the city of Tascadero to kind of partner up a little bit here, you know, maybe enjoy the joint thing, but,
Yeah, Barney Schwartz is a countywide park.
Yeah.
So it's a
Yeah.
county park.
and the county too. We can ask Pashong, you know, we can, they have discretionary funds, I think. But at any rate, you know, I think we need to, like I say, beat the brush a little bit on some of that stuff and ask a little more harder to, you know, stronger anyway. So, okay, so let's open up the public real quick. Anybody have a comment on this? Dale?
Dale Guston, I volunteered 2 years ago to help with the parking and that, and even with, you know, paying the officers overtime and all that, it's a mess on the parking in and out. And so you can't, I don't know how you could cut that. And as far as, is it really worth a 20-minute display? I know actually Pismo does do one, but it's not going to compete with us, of course, because we're North County and they're South County. But, you know, with all the inflation that's going on, I'm not sure we can really afford it this year, but that's your decision.
Okay. Anyone else?
I do have a caller online.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Kevin Siegel.
Okay, Kevin, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Hi, yes, good evening. I just wanted, I'm all in favor of this event, but just so you're aware, last year, my whole family and a bunch of us were pushed down Union towards 46 away from, and we had to jump to 46, and then we were stuck in traffic on the freeway for over an hour, and just the traffic control situation was really bad. So if we're going to do it, obviously there's only so much that can be done, but the getting people out of there has got to be refined because, you know, we're trying to jump the highway. It's dark and you got all these people out there. It was pretty harrowing. So that's like my only concern. Otherwise, it was a great event.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. Yeah, I kind of agree. Again, it was one of those things where the public, if you can just hang out at the park a little bit longer, maybe, you know, and just let people disperse and it won't be so clogged on the roads.
Yeah, it's a challenge. There's one way in and one way out.
Yeah.
The police department is pretty much everyone that's not on shift is out there assisting. We have professional traffic control at 46 East and Union Road as well. But it's with that many people who want to leave at the same time, it's always going to be a challenge.
Right. Okay. Then we'll close public comment, bring it back to council for recommendation or direction here to give Frida.
So, Mayor Hammond, I'd start.
Or Tim Gregory.
So I would be in favor of authorizing the purchase or the ordering of the fireworks. And I think that one of the things that would help us, Frida, if we can get the deficit costs down a little bit,
sure,
we might be able to get people to contribute. Also, I think it's a great idea I can talk to Supervisor Pashong and Heather Moreno about contributing. If we get $5,000 out of each of them as discretionary funds, because we are providing those kind of public fireworks for all of the North County. And I can guarantee all the people that we're not all from Paso Robles, but I think one of the ideas that I'd like to is maybe just go down to one band, but you need to make the decision how to deal with your safety with our chief of police and what you need to do. You don't want to injure that issue, but maybe some of the other activities, reduce it somehow so we could maybe raise the money. I know that some people that have contributed before didn't this last year, and I might be able to get financial donations from some of those people. So I think if we have a lower deficit to go for, if we can get the county, I'll go talk to both supervisors, and then get another 10 or 15,000 from public donations. I think we get pretty close to covering the cost. That's my 2 cents worth.
I was going to mention too, again, if nothing else, in kind. I mean, we can have the sheriff department help. We can have Tascadero City police help. I don't know how much staffing we have on the law enforcement side needed, but even still, I'm sure that's a way they can certainly share, some of the expenses too, and that would help, just in kind. So.
And maybe this is partially a question, but I thought I heard you say that there's a deadline for acquiring the fireworks themselves, that they're on sale now. And
It's not that they're on sale, we won't be able to get them. There's a deadline to have them committed, or there's only where we won't be able to have a show.
And that deadline ends before our next meeting?
It does not end before your next meeting, but I need to lock them in so we have a show. And that really, what I would propose is that you authorize the fireworks portion, between $42,000 and $45,000. And at the next meeting, I come back with a proposed budget.
Okay. I like that idea. I like that idea.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Any discussion on that? Call for the question.
I do have one more question real quick. So can you come back to us with a revised cost by the next meeting?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what she said.
thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Melissa?
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very
Thank you,
good.
Frida.
All right, thanks, Frida. Number 2 on discussion item is introduced for first reading by title only, ordinance of El Paso de Robles Municipal Code updating existing animal control regulations of Title 8. And we have Todd Rayner, Commander.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. So this is a pretty heavy lift. What we have been proposed by Animal Services was to bring our municipal code in line with their Title IX to ensure consistent services throughout the county. And also addressing specific needs just for the city of Paso Robles. So they basically requested all 7 incorporated cities and the county to all have similar codes so they could basically be consistent in enforcement and basically streamline that everybody's code is essentially the same. They do allow for jurisdiction-specific laws, little nuances for each jurisdiction. For example, in the city of Paso Robles, we don't allow pigs as pets in the city jurisdiction. We don't allow roosters. So we can keep some of those nuances. So a lot of the wording was just an administrative enhancement to clarify roles and authority. For example, Animal Services will be in charge of licensing, rabies, impounding of animals, et cetera. The only things that were actually added to our Muni code are those 4 items. Feeding or leaving out food for wild or stray animals would be prohibited. Animal living areas must be clean and sanitary. Microchipping of pet dogs and cats is required. And then there's a duty of the owner to remove animal solid waste, the food bag law. The responsibility of animal licensing is also completely managed by the county. The one nuance of kennels and pet shops, they still must maintain city business license, so we keep that. But all licensing, vaccination requirements, dangerous dog declarations, and other codes will remain with Animal Services. And we did update the fines to current standards. Infractions, $100 for the first violation, $500 for the second, and $1,000 for each additional violation within a year. And misdemeanors increased to $1,000. And then, of course, City Council can set and adjust fees as they deem fit. And there's zero fiscal impact to changing. We're under contract with Animal Reg, and this doesn't have anything to do with that fee structure. Any questions?
Okay. Questions, Todd? Councilman Bausch.
Not to put too fine of a point on it, but not leaving food out. So a lot of folks have bird feeders in our neighborhood. I'm assuming we're talking about large animals.
Correct. So the leaving out of food usually applies to like deer, leaving out piles of food for
that type of animal, birds does not apply.
So hummingbird feeders, they're safe, and
Correct.
bird seed, that kind of thing.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Todd, I know I had, I think we all got this from Mr. Carr. It was a question about the removal of meetings, or actually reports of from the agency. And I actually called Dr. Eric Anderson about that today. And again, this has to do with the streamlining of all different agencies, and that's why it was removed. But Mr. Carr was asking to have it, back to a 3-month time period. I actually was informed, I guess, the way it works right now, that our staff meets with the Animal Control Agency on a semi-annual basis twice a year. And you guys exchange information and reports at that point?
Correct. So the original language was actually problematic. It wasn't very clear. It referred to actions, transactions, and operations of animal services, which has no clarity. So we tried to clarify that, and also in subsection C of page 6 of the agreement, what you're saying is true. They do require the county provide the city with biannual services activity and financial reports reflecting field services, licensing, shelter operations, and humane education programs. So it's more specific than the original wording.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, you're good with the amount of reporting that they're going to give us at this point?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
And that could be modified at your discretion also.
Yeah, that's what I think he was asking us to do. But personally, just as long as we're getting, summary reports, twice a year, I think if that's good with you guys, I'm happy with it.
Yeah, it's been satisfactory for us from the enforcement standpoint.
Very good. Okay, that's all the question I had. I'll open up then to the public. Anybody wishing to ask a question on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, okay, we'll bring it back. You need to come up to the lectern, please. And just state your name.
Janice Ewald, Paso Robles, 245 Villa Promesa.
Thank you.
I have a pet sitting business, and we kind of went into this last year a little bit, and it was supposed to go ahead and get approvals or decisions or modifications were supposed to be made after the elections, of course, but haven't heard anything about specific dates or anything. So I don't know when they were going to implement this.
So I think you were referring to the home occupation.
Correct.
Yeah, that's not what this is. This is animal control regulations.
Okay.
For consistency with the county. I don't know if Mr. Frace is it a planning commission, the home occupation? I think we sent it back there. I don't remember exactly where it ended up.
Yeah, the council didn't take action on home occupation, so that's been referred back to the planning commission. I believe probably March or April, the planning commission is going to revisit the issue.
Okay. Yeah. I do have a question as far as like feeding animals, like Bosch was saying about birds. What about cats? Because I know that there are a lot of, communities that like to feed the wild cats. Is that still an issue?
Yeah, I don't think they're supposed to do that, but I don't know. Todd would probably be able to answer that.
Thank you for your time.
Sure. Thank you.
So the one addition was it would be illegal to leave out food for strays or wild animals like deer. So the stray cats, that would apply to that prohibition.
Yeah, that's what we thought. Thank you, Commander.
Just a follow-up. Who would be enforcing that? Would that be animal control? Would that be Paso PD?
So we both have enforcement options. If it's during the day, usually Paso PD would handle a complaint. I'm sorry, and during the night too. They can make direct complaints to animal services and that they would handle it. So it's kind of a split responsibility.
Okay.
We'd probably be the first responder and then turn it over to their agency to enforce or do.
For the most part, yeah. It just, if they call us directly, then we handle it.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. All right. We'll go ahead and close the public comment, bring it back to council. There is an item here to recommend on item 2.
Mayor Hammond.
Pro Tem Gregory.
I'll make a motion that we introduce the first reading by title only for ordinance number XXXX, amending Title 8 for the El Paso de Robles Municipal Code regarding updates of existing animal control regulations.
Motion by Gregory. Do we have a second? Councilman Bausch. Any discussion? Okay, call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item 3, establishing the city's intent to sell real property located at 417 Cool Valley Drive, finding that the subject property is exempt from the Surplus Land Act, and setting the hearing to the hearing date and consideration of any protest. Do you need a?
I need to recuse myself. No offense, but
So you have a conflict?
I'm going to recuse myself from this.
What's the conflict? I think you need to state.
I sold the property.
Okay, very good.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Hammond, council members. My name is David Lucaro. I'm the Public Works Operations Manager for the city. So tonight, we're requesting council's consideration to adopt Resolution 25XXX and establish the city's intent to sell real property located at 417 Cool Valley Drive. You can see that in the picture above. It's highlighted in red. We're going to find that the property is exempt from the Surplus Land Act. And then we're also going to set the hearing date for consideration of protests. So just a little bit of a background here. In 2007, Track 2609 was developed, which includes a majority of all the houses that you see there on Cool Valley Drive. As a result, at that time, the developer inappropriately built an 8-foot concrete wall around the subject property, which connects to the adjacent property at 925 Oriole Way. And that's just north of that red highlighted portion. That's 417. And just north of that, you'll see is 925 Oriole. Here is an example of the concrete wall. More recently, we received a letter from the owner, the property owner at 927 Oriole, Mr. David Anderson, who is now the current owner of that property at 925. He brought to our attention the issues surrounding this wall, the city-owned lot, and expresses interest in purchasing the property from the city. The property is currently identified as a city-owned open space easement and is also a part of a landscape and lighting district. Currently, this 8-foot concrete wall restricts any public use or access. City staff then sent, with the help of BBK, sent Mr. Anderson a letter basically specifying that the wall restricting public access to this open space area is illegal, and provided 2 ways of resolution. One was to take the wall down to allow public access. The second was to have discussions, further discussions with city staff and purchase the land at a mutually agreeable property value. Because the property does not have access to public use for at least 18 years at this point, the sale of the property would better maximize the value of the property. As a result, both the city and Mr. Anderson tentatively agreed to go with the second option, and that is the purchase of it, making sure that both parties come to a mutually agreeable price. So the city hired Hamner and Jewell to provide a land appraisal report and determine fair market value. Over subsequent months, Hamner and Jewell and Mr. Anderson negotiate a final value of $10,000, and this is based on comparable land sales, as well as improvements to the subject property at the owner's expense, as well as other factors. So, in conclusion, staff's recommended action before you tonight is to consider the adoption of Resolution 25XXX. Tonight's action, if adopted, will establish 4 elements. 1, announce the city's intent to sell the subject property. 2, set a regular meeting for March 4th, 2025 for hearing the protests for the property conveyance. 3, publish and adopt the resolution in a local publication, as well as physically post the resolution at the property, which is 417, at 3 clear locations, no less than 10 days. And finally, declare that the subject property is exempt from the Surplus Land Act. And I'd be willing to entertain any questions, but that's
All
what
right,
we
thank
have
you,
tonight.
David.
Thank you, folks.
Any questions from my left side?
Just for clarification, so on March 4th, you'll be holding a public hearing. You're directing staff to set a public hearing for March 4th
To go ahead and sell it at
to
that
sell,
point.
to sell it at that point. This is
Without-
just to set the hearing
Set the hearing.
and declare it surplus.
Okay, so that, yeah, for hearing protest, is that what they're saying there on item 2? Yeah. Okay. Pro Tem Gregor?
Just a quick question. Mr. LaCaro, at this point, the city doesn't spend any money on maintaining that property because they can't get to it, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
So we're actually going to not cost or lose any money or gain any money, but
No,
so I just
sir.
want to make sure that the property owners always operated it. So
Yes, sir.
okay, that's it for me. Thanks.
I think also, wasn't there an issue a couple years ago when we had such a heavy water year? There was a lot of erosion that were happening there, and the property owner is the one that basically helped him maintain this thing on his own to keep from us.
Yes.
Yeah.
So last year in 2024, we entered into an easement and licensing agreement, basically an encroachment agreement, to allow him to continue to maintain that area. But also at the same time, when we do have severe storms, as you're indicating, that city staff does have the right to go into that drainage easement and do the maintenance necessary to make sure that we protect drainage and the function of that drainage.
So that's what's my lead up to the next question is that once he owns the property, is he going to be required to maintain it, and are we going to be involved at all anymore?
No, he's going to be basically maintaining it as he always has for the length of time that he's owned the property. Yeah.
That's kind of what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
I have one more question.
Yeah. Pro Tem Gregor.
So are you still going to have the ability to go in and help them in emergencies?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Because it is our water coming from other locations probably that.
Yeah. And boy, last year was quite a bit of water. So yeah, but we were able to access. He's been very agreeable to letting staff access and help out where we can.
Yeah, very good. Okay, no other questions from council. We'll open up the public comment. Anybody wishing to address this item, please come forward. Dale?
Dale Guston. I'm a little bit confused. Is this property subject to bid where anybody could bid on it?
Okay. Legal question.
There's no requirement for the city to bid out land. We can sell it using the process that we're using. It's a two-step public hearing process. If someone wants to protest it, they can do that at the March 4th hearing. The Surplus Land Act doesn't require us to offer it out to. The Surplus Land Act doesn't require us to offer it out under that process because of the size of the property and its adjacency to another property that will be taking it over.
It's not suitable also for low-income housing either.
It is not. It's
Not at
too
all.
small and not accessible.
Right, exactly. Okay. Any other questions from the council, public? Okay, we'll bring it back to council for direction.
Mayor Hammond, I'd like to make a motion.
Pro Tem Gregory.
So I'll read this. So I recommend we approve Resolution 25XXX, fix the date of March 4th, 2025 for the hearing protest for the property conveyance, and the rest of the list for the adoption.
Well, probably ought to read those next two.
And direct staff to publish the adopted resolution as required by law and declare the property exempt from the Surplus Land Act.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
So said.
That's motion.
Second.
Motion by Gregory, second by Beal. Any discussion on the item? Okay, we'll go ahead and call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Can we get Councilman Bausch? Yeah, thank you. Okay, Chris is back. Item 4, this is the consideration to support for legislation efforts to allow for a future voter-approved San Luis Obispo County government's transportation specific measure to be waived from the 2% local sales tax limit. And Chris Huot, do you have that question?
Just very briefly, thank you, Mayor. Tonight with us is Deputy Director of SLOCOG, James Worthley, who's going to walk you through a short presentation on this matter. As just a matter of background, SLOCOG has been doing additional outreach with all member agency cities on this topic. So this is our turn this evening. I believe they are returning to their board in early February for additional follow-up and direction. So it's timely that we hear this evening. After he is complete with his presentation, there is a recommendation in the staff report, essentially with a letter of support that staff has crafted for the council considerations should the council choose to authorize the signing and sending of that letter. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Worthley for the presentation.
Mr. Worthley. Welcome.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Council. I am James Worthley, Deputy Director of the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments for SLOCOG. SLOCOG is the Regional Transportation Planning Agency within our region. And Member Strong is one of our board members, sitting on that with 11 other board members that are electeds around the county. This item, to boil it down, if this state legislation is introduced and supported at the state level, it will retain your future local funding options. Now, to back up, let's take a picture of what's going on with the sales tax right now. And in California, the base or lowest level anywhere in California is 7.25%. That exists in our unincorporated county. Templeton and Avila Beach and Cambria all have that same sales tax rate. Our 7 local cities have added on to that base rate, 1% to 1.5%. Paso Robles is 1.5% on top of that. And there exists a maximum cap, 2% cap above that 7.25% that exists under state law. That leaves 0.5% remaining across 5 of the cities to be considered for either another local measure or a voter initiative, countywide, region-wide, or even college infrastructure or transportation measure. Lots of things could go into that 0.5%. However, a single add-on measure in one of the 5 cities will effectively block a region-wide transportation-specific measure anywhere in our region. Or if any city, any of those 5 cities decide that that 2% needs to stay theirs and doesn't want a region-wide measure at any point in time to go forward, that could also block that. So this item is to look for state legislation that would allow SLOCOG or a specific transportation measure to be outside that 2%. Doesn't go on top of 9.25% unless somebody's at 9.25%. It just adds on outside the 2% cap. And again, it would be specifically for transportation purposes only. Okay. So, yes, this is focused on legislation. And yes, it's somewhat tied to transportation funding, the gas tax, and possibly a voter-approved sales tax. Why? Because transportation through SLOCOG is primarily funded through the gas tax. SLOCOG functions best when we are a funding agency. And by providing funds to our local agencies, the cities here, we are able to improve our regional transportation system and local transportation systems across the board. The gas tax over the last 70 years grew to 2004, and then it has started to decline and will not recover. Why is that? Because in 2004, in the late 90s, we saw high mileage vehicles emerging. We saw Priuses, we saw hybrids, and that ate away the gas tax. Then in 2008, Tesla came along. It took 10 years, but now Teslas and all electric vehicles are 3 years ago, were 15% of the market share, 20% of the market share 2 years ago. In 2023, there are 25% of all new vehicles sold were electric vehicles. The gas tax trend line, that's that black arrow pointing downward, is the transportation funding trend that we are currently on. And that is our only revenue, primarily for transportation improvements across the board. There's a better way. 25 counties in California, representing 90% of the population in California. This is how they fund their transportation purposes, with a specific tax for transportation using a sales tax. Some of them are at 0.5%, Some of them are above 0.5% now, but all of it goes for transportation-specific improvements and maintenance. Our sales tax in our county in 2023 collected a 0.5-cent equivalent of $35 million. Over the last 15 years, that's $350 million that a 0.5 cent, had it been in place, would have collected for transportation purposes in our region. That isn't all. It could have been doubled, tripled, or quadrupled because of the competitive funds that are available at the state that we just don't have the matching funds to go after and seek high dollar amounts. So we're losing out across the board. These 25 counties, they improve their transportation systems with their sales tax, and then they use these additional funds on top of their diminishing gas tax to outcompete us for state funding and federal grants. I adjusted it for inflation. That gold line going across the bottom is inflation. The orange line at the top is the adjustment for inflation. You can still see that trend line, had we had tied our transportations to that, would be on a much different trajectory than the gas tax trajectory that we are currently on. And then again, nothing here approves or initiates any new tax, nor does it change how measures might be approved. It merely reduces conflicts of potential measures for the remaining 0.5 cent, potential dueling measures for the remaining 0.5 cent, and it retains future funding options for our local cities, should there need to be that option available to them. I think, as Chris mentioned, other cities are considering this also. We went to 2 cities last night, and the remaining 4 will be in January. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Worley. Start off on my right, Councilman Bausch.
So I think in one of the slides, we mentioned that the leading cause of this is the advent of electric vehicles.
Among other things, yes.
Among other things. The principal cause, we'll call it. The sales tax, potential to have a sales tax increase, impacts everybody across the board, whether you have an electric vehicle or not. And I think disproportionately impacts people at the lower socioeconomic scale. That's not fair. People with electric vehicles are at the other end of the economic scale. We need to figure out a way, and I think you may have a suggestion for this that we're not discussing, so this would be 3, provide alternative direction to staff. What would be more proportionally impactful to the electric vehicle owner? Because by not paying the road tax in the way of fuel, when I go to the gas pump, I pay road tax. What can we do to capture that so that the Teslas and et cetera, Prius owners, they pay more? We had this discussion earlier because those are heavier vehicles. They tend to wipe out the roads more than I have a big truck, so I shouldn't be saying this, but they do. They create more wear and tear on the roads. I don't think a sales tax is fair to the people that don't have an electric vehicle. What else can we do?
That's a great question. It's not an easy answer.
Right.
And it's not an answer that I can give that is something within my power, nor within the city council's power. I mean, starting the system over and saying, hey, let's throw everything out and start over isn't going to happen at the state level. Where we are right now is electric vehicles do pay, but they don't pay nearly as much had they had to pay a gas tax covering 12,000 miles. If they travel 1 mile, they pay a lot more in their electric vehicle cost per mile than the average car, gasoline car. But if they travel 20,000 miles or even 12,000 miles, the average car distance, they're paying far less. It could be adjusted, but that's not within our ability to change that. The state could change that.
But we're going to make a change, and I applaud Senator Laird for trying to make that change, but I think that's the direction that I would like to see, the direction given back to Senator that he tried to or his staff come up with a change that is more equitable, more fair. Thank you.
Pro Tem Gregory.
Yes. Thank you for your presentation. I've got two questions for you. How do you know, or how do you predict the state sharing that money with us if we do get this half-cent sales tax, because we're so rural and we're competing with such urban numbers? How do you guarantee that?
Great question. First of all, we compete regularly for state grants and federal grants all the time. SLOCOG has been successful in getting about 34% of the grants we've sought. Unfortunately, we only get about 25% of the dollars that we've sought, which means we're getting less dollars than what we are hoping for, obviously. But the big issue is you have to match. You have to put in a matching amount of funds to compete for those state grants. That match is a percentage. Sometimes it's 10%, sometimes it's 20%. So let's just use the 20% match right now. If we're going for $1 million project, we need to put in $200,000. Okay, SLOCOG might squeeze out $200,000. If you need a $10 million project, now you need $2 million. If you need a $100 million project, you need $20 million. To squeeze those dollars out, we can't go up because we don't have a sales tax. A comparable county, Santa Cruz County, we have 282,000 people, they have 274,000 people. Very similar in size. They have a sales tax. We don't. 2 years ago, we went after a grant pot and we were successful. We put in $3-4 million and we pulled $18 million out. They put in $35 million, they pulled $135 million out. So we were successful. We got the same rate, the same percentage over what we put in. We just can't put in enough. If we don't put in enough, we can't get back enough. So when you think about an interchange or something that's very significant, or a freeway improvement that's, now we're talking $50 million or more, who's going to come up with the $10 million, $20 million to match? And then if you really want to do well, you overmatch. And you say, wait a minute, we've got a sales tax that's dedicated to this improvement. We're going to fund the whole thing. Or we're going to use half of that amount and capture the rest from the state. That's what these other counties are doing, and that's what we're failing at doing.
My second question is a little tougher for you. So how do we ensure as a council that the money we're putting into this half-cent sales tax gets spent on Paso Robles projects?
Okay. We're talking about legislation here, so now we're kind of leaving a little bit, but that's a fair question. For SLOCOG to put a measure on the ballot for voters to consider to vote for or against, our process is to work with the city manager and work with staff, and we come to you at least once with a draft plan. More likely we'll come and say, hey, we've got this plan we're pulling together. We want to do a survey. We want to find out information from your public so they can identify what they think is most important. We're coming back to this council to say, here's what's in our draft plan for Paso Robles, for the North County. What do you think? You don't like something, you cross it off. You want something else, you add it on. If you add on $350 million, I might not be able to fund it. But if you swap $5 million for $5 million, that's easy. You get to decide, really.
Okay, and just for the good spirit of it, thank you for all that you do for us.
I know, I agree. It's an uphill battle here, Mr. Worthy, but you know, with the fact that, you know, we can't change Sacramento, and that's really in my opinion, the problem is that, you know, the EVs, the VMT, the vehicle miles traveled, are certainly a point of contention by all of us who fund the gas tax. And again, it's something that the political will up there in Sacramento just isn't there, but it should be.
You're right. Yeah. But 90% of Californians live in a county with this tax. They don't care about the gas tax. They're fine with how it's working because they're funding their systems far faster than the state ever would have. If we back up 20 years, their measure collected more money then than the gas tax gave them. Now it's even further, a bigger gap.
Right. When you're starting to see, like Santa Cruz County, you know, 300% more for the same amount of money, just because they are self-help.
Mm-hmm.
with this. That, again, makes us pretty, I mean, I don't have a problem. We're going to have to put this up to the voters to make a decision. But as far as the way the system works in California, it's rather odd sometimes to understand. And I hope the public understands what we're having to do. But anyway, Councilman Beal.
Yeah, I just want to expand on what Councilmember Gregory was talking about in terms of the sort of the scale of the dollars and the projects that we're talking about. We're talking about very big, lots of money, and sometimes we don't know sort of what that means in terms of a road, a crossing, a bridge. So maybe you could talk a little bit about that, and specifically also when we talk about the nexus to the North County, we really are looking at potentially some very, very, very big projects that have a regional connection. Maybe you can just sort of talk about all that.
There's a few things in there.
There are.
Sorry. Until a draft measure, a step in pursuing a measure is polling and getting more information, identifying what the palatability is from the public. If there's no palatability, then there's no reason to go forward. If there's some interest, then there's a reason to go forward. There's so many ifs in this statement, I'm sorry. It's just, but it is hurdle after hurdle after hurdle. And each one of those hurdles can be the last one that you say, never mind. So before we get to a how much money are we talking about? Okay, region-wide, that's an easy answer. Half cent raises $35 million a year. That's the easy one. And it's growing. And it's growing far faster than inflation. And it's growing faster than comparable counties. Even most counties in California, our trend line is growing faster because we're a tourist attracting county. Those tourists, 90% of them or more, live in counties already with a self-help or a sales tax specifically for transportation. So they're fine with that. They're coming and using our transportation systems. They're using electric cars. They're using big trucks. They're impacting us, but they're not paying a dime for it because their gas tax, I promise, goes back to their county. Whether they buy it here or not, doesn't matter. So I can't hold up a crystal ball today and say, this is exactly what I would put on for Paso Robles, or this is exactly what Paso Robles will get in each year going forward through a self-help sales tax. But that's something to work through over the next 12 to 18 to 24 months in order to get there. Or maybe it's not 24 months, it might be 24 years before we get there. I don't know. At this point in time, the legislation just removes one of the hurdles for the competing measures or blocking cities that would say, wait, we don't want this. We need to go this route. In which case, then I'm back here saying, now as somebody's at 9.25%, if you ever want to see SLOCOG funding significantly for a significant project, this is what we need to do, because so many of our dollars are already being sucked up by the projects that exist today that are have overruns and costs going up.
And Councilmember Beal, I'll just jump in real quick just to provide maybe an example to one of your questions. We work closely with SLOCOG, particularly on trying to get funding for the State Route 46 Union Road overcrossing project. And those cost estimates continue to go up to construct that project. We're probably somewhere in the $75 million range now to likely. That's just construction. That doesn't include right-of-way acquisition. So typically when we're applying for state grants in particular, we're looking at somewhere around a 30% match that's required from local sources. So we would typically have been working with SLOCOG to try to split those sources. So if you do the math, we're looking at about $22.5 million in local funds for a project like that. The city does not have $22.5 million on hand or half that. You know, we have a lot of other projects and priorities. So not meant to sway one way or another, just providing some context to some of the challenges that we're facing as we're trying to accomplish some of these major infrastructure projects. And certainly trying to impress upon Caltrans that it is their facility and that it is important that they come to the table. But typically the way these programs are set up is the local governments and again, SLOCOG and the city have to put money on the table.
No, I really appreciate that. And for people that don't follow this very closely or as not as connected to some of these documents and budgets, I think it's really important to put a picture on a dollar item, because otherwise, you know, what's $5 million? But when you start talking about these projects in real dollars, even though we're not talking about them specifically here and now, I think that's important for the community to understand.
I think, if I may, one other important part that I think I've heard tangentially was that Highway 46, it's a state route. Caltrans should pay for it. That's an easy answer that a lot of people expect that should be the case. Caltrans does pay to maintain the pavement, but when it comes to improving highway system, whether it's 101 or an interchange or 46, Caltrans does not pay for that unless it's a safety issue. That is a small safety issue. And because Paso Robles is considered an urban area, you are competing against other urban areas in California. That includes San Diego, Los Angeles, Bay Area, and Sacramento. And when you look at the total volume and go, oh my gosh, there's 15,000 cars, 20,000 cars on our highway, compare that with LA's highway and tell me that we need it more. That's what they're ranking us on. So if we can't match those dollars, we can't offer the match to get that grant funds, we're not going to get there. To let you know another example, in San Luis Obispo, there's an interchange that's in the works. It's been in the works for a long time, and the costs continue to go up. SLOCOG has committed $6 million to it. It's now surpassed $60 million. So we're in for 10%. If 10% gets you what you need, we'll be lucky to help you in the future with where the gas tax is heading, at 10% level.
Our representative at SLOCOG.
I have no questions, but I will have a lot to say.
Comment? Okay, very good. We'll get to you. All right. We'll open up then to any public comment and at this point. Dale?
It's Dale Guston. As I understand it, the electric vehicles is primary resulting in extra wear on the roads with no way to recover that cost. When the electric vehicles charge at one of those charging stations, is a sales tax added to that electricity, and is not the government entitled to apply that for roads?
Okay. Get that question answered. Welcome, Sharon.
Sharon Roden. When I was down at the League of Cities, I went into one of the meetings that they had, and they had a Caltrans and some state officials talking about how are we going to make up the difference in the drop in sales tax or gas tax with all the mandates for electric vehicles. And they were making proposals of extra DMV charges as a possibility, as well as state income tax, depending on your income levels. There's an assumption that many make that the wealthier have a electric vehicle. When it came time to comments, to make comments, I, in the nicest way I could, I said, you know, this reminds me of somebody that would go out and say, I'm going to plant 1,000 acres of pistachios. And then look around and go, where am I going to get the water and how am I going to pay for that? It's putting a real big cart before the horse. And I think all of us are coming from a position of, can we trust? Can we trust that, no disrespect to SLOCOG, that it would be a proportional for what we bring to it as a thoroughfare into the rest of our county. And I was going to ask the same thing about the charging stations. I don't have an electric vehicle, so I don't know how they work, and if there can be added tax to that. And does it only apply to arterial roads? Because if that is the case, we're looking at really the overpass is what we're looking at. Creston and Niblick, we've already funded or we're already repairing right now. So that's our major project. And I hadn't heard the latest increases. That's astronomical. And but it's unfortunately, it's mandatory for us to be able to do what we want to do out at the airport and in that area. I have a lot of concerns that the money would come back. I think we all worry about that. Yeah, we'll play into it. We did that with water systems up in the Delta. 10 years ago, $400 million, still don't know how much it's going to cost and how much they're going to get. So anyway, our local tax of I-24 is collected here and stays here. We just don't know about anything else that would go out.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? All right, we'll bring it back to council. Do we have anybody that owns a EV that can answer that tax? I don't know what that is. Does anybody have an answer for that one? Yeah, Mr. Worthy.
So sales tax does not apply to certain things. It doesn't apply to groceries, prescription medicine, housing, or utilities.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's a sales tax on it.
I don't think there is either.
And if there is, there's no mechanism to bring it back to cars and roads in place. I think that was Dale's answer. Again, you're right. Sharon's right. The trust factor is always a question. The best example I have is to point at these 25 counties. Many of them have renewed it because after the voters see the good it does, now they want it more. And they renew them time and time again, or add on, in some cases in Southern California. I could have answered differently to Councilmember Bosch in terms of what should we do now? If this isn't new, Slowcog's been seeing the gas tax go down for 20 years. 16 years ago, we said, hey, we're headed toward a fiscal cliff if this continues. We started going to our state legislators more than a decade ago, saying, we need to fix this. This doesn't work for us. This is when hybrids were in, electric cars weren't as popular yet. We need this to get fixed. Our state legislators answered us. We have fixed it. And they point us to these self-help counties. That's their answer for us. They don't see the need to fix it again, unfortunately. Arterials more? Yes. It could be all arterials only. It could be more than arterials. It could be no arterials or Paso Robles. You guys get to decide what happens in Paso Robles, but you don't get to decide what happens in Atascadero or Arroyo Grande. They get to decide for themselves, just like you have your option to do that. And then once it's set, once the list is set, it goes to the voters. If the voters say yes, and for Slowcog to put a measure on the ballot, it needs 2/3 to pass. If the voters say yes, that list is set, and that's what's going to be delivered. There is no, we're going to take it for Paso Robles and give it to South County because South County needs it more. That isn't going to happen at all. If Paso Robles says, you know what, we really want to do this project, but turns out we don't need it because something changed. Can we still use the money? Then you're going to have to ask the Slowcog board and perhaps all the other cities, hey, we'd like to do an amendment. If it's allowable in the ordinance, don't know yet, we don't have it yet. If it is allowable and everybody agrees that, yeah, Paso Robles should be able to swap it, then there you go. That'd be up to the city council again.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Worthy. Yeah, it's unfortunate. That's pretty much the way Sacramento has set this up, is that, basically if you comply and you step in line, we're going to award you by extra money. And it's kind of a thing where our tax dollars are actually being put into Sacramento, but not really coming back as much as others. So anyway, just a comment. Councilman Strong, you want to?
Yes, thank you. And James gave a lot of good answers.
Yeah.
And Councilman Bausch's argument is really one that has to be made at the Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee for the League of California Cities, where I have somewhat made it already, and where they are trying to respond because those things are regulated by the state and the federal. And I'm already carrying that same message to the federal at the National League of Cities and at the National Association of Regional Councils, because I'm on both of their transportation committees. So we're already pursuing that. Their attitude right now is they want to do it as a sales tax. They don't want to do it in the vehicle miles travel tax at the moment because of the perception of people that the only way to know that is to find out how many miles you're traveling and where you're traveling, and they feel like that's invading their privacy. So that's a problem, which isn't valid, but it's a problem. So in the past, because I've been on SLOCOG now for, over a couple of decades, and we have gotten more money than any other area of the entire county. But the other thing is, I know of almost no citizens in this city that don't travel beyond our city limits. Almost everyone goes somewhere outside of the city limits for various reasons. And that means we're traveling on those same roads that we're fixing elsewhere. We're traveling on over those same intersections and over the same overpasses. And their safety there is just as important to our people as it is to anybody else that's on the road. So it has a place all unto itself that affects us. One of the ways that they have affected us very drastically is SLOCOG has been almost the sole local funding for all of Highway 46's improvements. And the rest has all come from the state. But the rest has been SLOCOG all the way. And they're still getting money to complete Highway 46. And Highway 46 is extremely important to us because that is big for our tourism. It's big for our lakes. It's big for all kinds of different things. Of all of the vegetables being grown in the Salinas Valley, 94% of them travel across Highway 46 in order to get to the rest of the United States. And that benefits everybody. So there's a lot of good reasons to do this because we're already being funded by SLOCOG in the current plan for the bridge, Union Road Bridge. We're being funded for a lot of our road, everybody in the county on a population percentage is getting a certain amount of money from SLOCOG to use locally the way we want to use it. They don't restrict that money. So we're getting a certain amount of millions of dollars every year from SLOCOG already. And part of that depends upon how much money they've got to give. So this is very important for all of those different fundings. And if they're going to be able to fund any of our additional projects that we need on Highway 101, as well as Highway 46, as well as on our major roads, then they need this ability. Now, what's the real advantage of this? The real advantage of this is all they're asking is that we support a thing that supports what our Senator Laird has already said. He will carry a bill to Sacramento that will exempt the regional government's sales tax percentage from the cap. And if it takes them out of the cap, then we still have another half cent available to us if we want to use it. But as the law stands now, if they pass theirs and they go beyond the half a cent, it'll be taken away from ours. We will lose some of our sales tax. So this is extremely important to us in many different aspects of it. And that's why this is so important, because it's not going to affect us negatively in any way whatsoever. And it's not going to affect the poor negatively because it's luxury items that are primarily taxed for sales tax. It is restaurant meals, which tourism plays. In fact, as we've analyzed the sales tax in Paso Robles already by some of our department stores, et cetera, it shows that 80% of the sales taxes that they're collecting are being paid by people outside of our zip code. And of those in our zip code, only 50% of them live within our city limits. 50% of our zip code lives outside of our city limits. So they're actually providing some of that too. So it's very hard to nail some of this down, but there's no harm in passing this, and there's a whole lot of benefit to the game. That's all I have to say.
Councilman Beal, you have something? Anyone on this side? Yeah, again, I don't have a problem letting the public decide for themselves on this item. Again, SLOCOG's been an excellent partner for Paso Robles over the years, and we definitely need them, and I believe they need us too. But above us, at this point, we have a motion, or we need a recommendation for me to sign a letter of support to authorize it to move on forward to become a item to vote on. So do we have anybody?
And also move the recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion by Strong.
I have a question,
Question by Pro Tim Gregory.
important question. So how do we prevent a larger than a half-cent sales tax and us losing that money if it goes to 1 cent and we don't have the state resolution passed?
Well,
How do we do
first
that?
of all, they can't just put it in. They have to take it to the voters.
I know that, but what about, I'm talking about what John Laird is putting forth. I think it's interesting that we're trying to approve this before that happens, because that prevents the idea of the sales tax going higher than 0.5% and not taking it out of our income. Because if it goes higher than 0.5%, it starts coming out of RJ 24.
Only if his legislation doesn't pass.
I know.
But the legislature has passed that type of legislation for every single jurisdiction that is asked for.
But it has not passed yet. That's my point.
We have a motion on the floor by Strong. We have a second then.
Second.
All right. So I have a motion by Strong, second by Beal, to go ahead and authorize the following. Do you want to read it out, or just basically you're asking to authorize the mayor to sign a letter of support?
Authorize the mayor to sign a letter of support on behalf of the city council and remit the letter to Slowcock.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, we'll go ahead and call for the question.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Rausch?
No.
Councilmember Gregory?
No.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, moving on then. You want a break? Okay, 5-minute break.
leave me.
Yeah. Okay, we'll reconvene. We had one last item to go, item 5, and it's consideration of city council video production and chamber improvements. Mr. Hua, you have that item.
Yes, good evening, Mayor. I have this one for you this evening. I'll start, let me go back real quick. This item has been discussed and requested for staff to bring it back, and it has to do with how city council meetings are transmitted to the public and broadcast. So I wanted to first provide some context. The city this last year in calendar year 2024, we broadcast all of our city council meetings on the city's YouTube channel. So we are able to track view counts, and these are all view counts. We can't tell if it's staff or the public. It's just all view counts for those meetings. So last year in total, for all the meetings that you all had, regular and special, we had a total of 7,000, a little over 7,000, almost 7,800 individual views of those meetings. And that could be live, it could be after the fact where they're watching a replay. Those are all the different types of views. So right now, as you probably know, this is kind of a current state of what our broadcast looks like. You hear and you're watching the broadcast as a member of the public or as staff on a computer, say upstairs or at your house. You get audio, you hear council member audio speaking, staff speaking, the public speaking. You see presentations on the screen right now. This is what the viewing public is seeing. We do, as I mentioned, live stream through YouTube and on our website. You're also able to go back and watch that stream in an archive fashion after the fact. And then we do radio simulcast on KPRL. What we don't have is, and why we're here this evening, is speaker video. There are no cameras in this room. So when any of you are speaking, when the member of the public is speaking or staff is speaking, you never see who is speaking. You can hear them, you can see the presentation, but you can actually never see who is speaking. So what we did is we went and looked at what some of our other neighboring cities are doing. We put Paso Robles at the top. Just to summarize, we're really the only city from a city council perspective that's not broadcasting that speaker video component of the meeting. Most of the other cities are doing it. Actually, all of them are doing it. Morro Bay does it occasionally, not all of their meetings, but occasionally they do. We also included Planning Commission just for your background and information. Most of the other cities in SLOCOG, or not, most of the other cities in the county, excuse me, their planning commissions are being broadcast with that speaker video component. So this is going to be like a mirror in a mirror type of a demonstration here, but essentially just to give the public and you all just a look from the outside, this is how your council meetings look. We're not going to watch the whole thing. So Warren's going to just fast forward, but essentially you'll see either the slide deck. If we can hit play real quick, Warren, on the bottom there. There we go.
Test 1, 2, 3, 4.
And then we just fast forward just a little bit. There we go. That's fine right there, Warren. Hit play there.
To run these wires through those conduits, and you can see they have a pulley, and they actually do pull it between the manholes of those conduits that we installed. You can see on the picture.
Perfect. So simple enough. You see that again when we're making a presentation, whether it's a staff presentation or a council comment, the public is not seeing the speaker; they're seeing the presentation. And so what we have done as part of the research for this project is we went and looked at a variety of different systems. The one that's most prevalent with agencies nearby is kind of a semi-automated system. There are basic systems that we could look at that just kind of give you a general view of the room. There's no production value to them. They're probably more in line with like what you would want for like maybe a conference call, like a virtual conference call, like a group Zoom or Teams meeting. But you can do that. It's very basic. It's very low cost. It's very low production quality. There's no customization. And, you know, from a cost standpoint, there's not a lot to it. But what we really were focused on is this semi-automated type of system. This is the type of system that we see in a lot of our neighboring agencies. Pismo Beach, Arroyo Grande, the city of San Luis Obispo are all using a variation of this system with some customization. Some larger cities, and I've had experience there, have used like a full-on production studio where you've got multiple people in the back of the house. It's like a TV channel, essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the county maybe does that. Larger cities do that. It's very staff intensive. It's very customizable. But there's a lot of resources that go into doing that. This semi-automated system is kind of that Goldilocks. It's right in the middle. It doesn't require really any additional staff. Still gives you some pretty good production value. Still gets you to show council members, staff, the public when they're speaking, along with presentations and other elements of the meeting. So just taking it a step further, essentially that semi-automated system here in the middle really doesn't require any additional staff from what we already have helping out with council meetings. It does require a capital investment, and we'll talk about that in a minute, predominantly for video equipment and then interconnectivity with our broadcast system, which is YouTube at this point. It may require some minor reconfiguration of this space just to make the production where it needs to be. And to have the right equipment, the right wiring, be in the right spaces. There are some optional upgrades we're going to talk about because as you look around in this room, it has not been materially updated for probably 25 years. And so now that you'd be showing the room, the council may want to consider some upgrades to the look of the room. And then finally, the semi-automated system it really does have a good crossroads of again, not as many resources as you would need for a full production, but still maintaining some really good production value. I already kind of talked about the full production, which I don't know that we're very interested in going down that road. That would likely mean hiring staff or contracting out. We don't have staff on hand to be able to do that within the city's organization. And then, again, there's probably going to be limited capacity to contract that out based upon resources in the county. Still requires all the equipment and all the lighting and everything, but would require more staff. So I showed you what we look like right now. What I want to show you is the city of Arroyo Grande. They just recently went through an upgrade of their system. Again, staff went down and visited and got kind of behind the scenes look. We'll play a quick clip. You get a sense of just the production. And you'll see, right around there is Great Warren. There you go.
Okay, this is actually Haley, but that's totally fine. We're probably going to say a lot of similar things.
So you see, you get the wide view.
Hi everyone, my name is
You'll get individual views. I think they have a member of the public speaking in here in a minute, but this is a semi-automated system.
After growing up in Arroyo Grande and then raising 2 kids of her own, my mom decided to donate what little time she had
And
to serve our
what it will do, I think right now this is a remote call-in caller, but what the system will actually do is if one of the members of the council or staff is speaking, the technology actually will pick up who's speaking and turn the camera towards them.
I see some cameras on the back wall behind them. Is that pointing back to the speaker?
And that's pointing back to the member of the public or the wide audience view.
Councilmember Seacrest? Yes. Councilmember George?
Yes.
Councilmember Barnage?
Yes.
Mayor Ray Russum?
Yes.
And actually, if we showed you Pismo Beach, their system would actually have graphics at the bottom to actually show who's talking, like a little kind of title graphic. So that's part of these semi-automated systems. You can have those types of features. So again, there's no cameraman behind or camera person behind this system. It's simply an automated system that the technology can pick up who's speaking and kind of manages the video production as the meeting progresses. So I think we're good there, Warren. Thank you. Again, I think very clear picture and the like. So this is just some pictures. I think this is actually in Pismo Beach from our tour down there. You can kind of see they've got this little card that goes into the side of the microphone so it knows which microphone, which person is talking into which mic. Pretty cool. That's how it determines what graphics to put up. just some of the cameras that you see up there and some of the lighting. This is, again, Pismo Beach. They have some effect lighting for production value. And then this is the back of the house. It's not much different really than what we have in the kitchen here in terms of a rack of equipment. There's no one sitting in those seats during the meeting. It's just simply a couple of computers that are running the system. And that's about it. It's a pretty straightforward system. So our key findings essentially is that semi-automated system is really, like I talked about, that crossroads in terms of production. It does integrate with our agenda management systems. It doesn't require any significant ongoing resources. When I say resources, staff for operations. We would be looking at a system that has multiple automated cameras, giving you that wide dais view, individual council members, staff, and then the public. There would all be camera angles that would be able to capture those when they're speaking. We would look at doing an upgraded microphone system to, again, be able to help with those meeting transitions and those video transitions. The one-time cost, based upon the research and talking with other cities, I will say are notable. It is technology, so there is cost to it. We do have a potential funding source that I'll talk about in just a minute here, but let me walk you through kind of what those costs are. So we would estimate that the video system, the semi-automated system that I talked about and that we showed you with the Arroyo Grande, would cost them right around $225,000. That's for all the technology, including the cameras. There's switching, there's captioning components, there's a lot of supporting equipment, the microphones, potential upgrades to speakers, that sort of thing. We may need to look at some blackout or broadcast lighting and blackout shades just to make sure that we're meeting kind of the intended purpose, which is a clear, clean broadcast. And then I talked about this facility. It's a multi-purpose room. We share the space both for public meetings like this one, as well as for activities through the library and other uses. So we want to be mindful of that as we look for potential upgrades. So we've listed some items here. These are estimates. At this point, we would refine these. Should the council want to choose, I would say this is kind of an a la carte menu. I think with the exception of probably the lectern, which I know that there's some interest in getting a different lectern that would be ADA compliant, we would likely be doing that and recommend you doing that. Beyond that, the carpet, the treatment, the window shades, an updated council dais, and some new chairs, those are all options that the council consider. None of them, I think, would make or break the primary purpose of what we're trying to achieve here, which is the video production. But just something to consider now as you open up this room to additional viewers. That may be something you want to consider. So we can come back to this slide. We just wanted to itemize those items out for you just to see what those costs are. So let's talk about funding real quick. The city receives what's called PEG funding. That stands for Public Educational and Government Funds. These are collected from cable providers, essentially, pursuant to state franchise acts and then city ordinance. We must use those funds for capital cost, for facilities and equipment, for essentially broadcasting public meetings and similar types of access to government functions. And so we can't use them for operating costs. We can't use them to fund other parts of the city's operation. They're specifically meant to fund a certain infrastructure like we're talking about here. There's kind of a very narrow scope of where those funds can go. The good news is we do have available fund balance in that fund to cover the estimated cost of the video equipment. We may be able to actually use some additional fund balance beyond the $225,000 that we have in the PEG fund for some of those other elements I talked to, like maybe the blackout curtains. We're still trying to determine if that's a potential eligible cost, and should the council want to look at that, we can. So there may be the ability to go beyond that $225,000. I think we have $425,000 in total in the PEG fund right now, just as background. So if the council were to approve this tonight, we would likely release an RFP in the first quarter of this year look to bring back a contract to award in the second quarter of this year. We likely have to start the project later in the third quarter. We have a lot of summer programming in this room through the library and through our recreation division, and they're already setting schedules, and we can't really interrupt that. So we may have to look potentially at hosting a council meeting or two at a different location, like the EOC or something like that, just on a temporary basis while the vendor potentially would be in this room. If we're doing carpet and wall coverings and some other things, then that may add to the timeline just as we coordinate potential contractors. We do think, though, that we could be complete in early fourth quarter of 2025 and get that system up and running at that time. So I've covered a lot. I'm happy to come back to anything that needs a little bit more attention or discussion. But at this point, staff is recommending that you approve the initiation of this project and we appropriate that funding and direct staff to begin to issue the request for proposals. I would also ask that if there is interest in looking at any of those other elements for room improvements, that we get direction on those this evening as well, so we can begin that process. With that, happy to answer any questions on anything that we covered this evening.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Huat. Pro Tem Gregory.
Okay, Chris, I got a series of questions for you here. So if we were to go to this program, how would people see the meeting? On what venue?
YouTube.
We wouldn't likely be changing where people view the meeting. It would just be how, so it would still be on the city's YouTube channel.
So do we keep KPRL or do we drop KPRL at that point?
We wouldn't. We're not suggesting that you change anything on the radio side of things unless there's additional direction to that matter.
All right. And then who would troubleshoot the system on staff for us if we need?
So I would expect that we would have IT staff that would probably have some limited capacity to triage kind of the simpler things like we do now, along with our city clerk, who also acts as a backup IT analyst and technician as needed. So we always have IT support here at the beginning of each meeting. Make sure everything's running smooth. Make sure everything's going. In terms of if there is any sort of bigger issue, then the vendor would likely be responsible for looking at that through warranty on the equipment.
I wouldn't want to overload Melissa anymore. So, and then my other question would be, I thought there was funding for the library to replace the carpet in here.
Not in here. We had some funding, and Helica can probably answer this a little bit better than I can, but I believe we have funding and other monies to make improvements to the library side of things, not in here.
So that last improvement, $517,000 or whatever it was, that's just for the library, not for here.
I think we had about $230,000. That was what was approved in the budget, and that is going towards future improvements in the library.
So they'll take care of the library, moving all the stacks over there, that stuff.
It's intended to modernize that space. This room is not part of that scope of work.
Okay. And then you said in your presentation, and I'm not opposed to this project, I have a lot of questions about it. So you said in your presentation that you may be able to use some of these other items from that PEG fund if they qualify, like for the blackout. I get the blackout plan.
Right, if they're production related.
And then is there a need to go to the upgrade on the diocese for speakers and monitors?
No, I think we were really just talking about the dais itself. Should the council again want to kind of improve the look, there are other options out there. Okay. Maybe like an all wood type of dais, something.
I'm liking these crimson curtains myself. So anyway, okay, that's all the questions I got for now.
I think we talked originally about bulletproof Kevlar up here too. Yeah. Chris, go ahead.
I like this. Great. This is a good way to go. And I didn't know that the PEG funds were there. So that's a really nice bonus part of the presentation. I think this might be a Melissa question, but having a pointer compatible system, make sure we build that interface in because they're not always readily compatible with YouTube. We've kind of gone to that now, just make sure that
You mean the
upgrade.
presentation pointer, what we use? It is
Right.
compatible with the computers at this point so that it's streaming out to the
Perfect.
public as well.
Okay, yeah, looks good.
Over here. Okay, Councilman Strong.
Yeah, and I know we're not even considering the whole full treatment, because actually, if you do the full treatment anyway, and you're broadcasting it, the only place it can be broadcast is on a channel carried by Charter, and no other TV reception would get it, because that's a very special channel on Charter only.
Well, not YouTube.
Well, no,
YouTube's
YouTube is not a broadcast. That's different. That's a different. I'm talking about actual broadcast from a tower.
Yeah, airwaves type of thing.
Airwave type thing.
Well, so I know on YouTube TV,
I'll be right out.
YouTube TV, we're able to see local channels. So I'd like to find that out, because
The
it'd
local
be really
channel
nice.
is on Charter, and that's the only place it is.
No,
Channel 60?
No, this is on the internet.
And
Chris
I want to differentiate between YouTube and YouTube TV. We're kind of getting into the weeds a little bit. It's a good question, and I actually looked this up. So right now, like a YouTube TV doesn't have like a local government access channel, and I don't believe when you pay for streaming through YouTube, you're actually paying into the PEG fund because it's a pass-through cost to the customer. So video streaming services are not subject to that, so we don't have the ability to broadcast to a YouTube TV platform, but just on the YouTube itself, which is just the video, that's where we're broadcasting.
So if you have a YouTube capacity on your computer at home, you can see it.
It's essentially a website. Yeah,
Some people get
that's on
YouTube
our
on their
TV.
TVs.
Phone. Yeah, it's all over.
It's on our TV.
Right. Yeah, you can. Yeah. So YouTube is mobile friendly. It's pretty accessible. So it's I would say. Overall very accessible.
And Paso Robles City has their own YouTube channel.
Correct. So every council meeting, every planning commission meeting, we have special meetings that are all broadcast to YouTube. They're archived on our YouTube channel.
Right.
That's where we post a lot of other videos that are pre-produced that may showcase city projects and that sort of thing. It's a hub for pretty much everything that's video related with the city goes into our YouTube channel.
So Chris, can you provide us a link to Rio Grande or Pismo to see how they're broadcasting theirs?
Be happy to follow up with, both. I would say both we'll send you both Pismo and Rio Grande. They're variations on the same type of system.
Councilmember Beal.
Thank you. I was actually surprised when I saw this, how many were using this sort of system that we weren't. I was curious what their learning curve in your travels as you were touring around different facilities, what their learning curve was. Tell me what you learned.
I'm going to defer to Melissa because she was boots on the ground at a lot of those, and so happy to turn it over to her.
Learning curve for staff and implementation, I would say probably the first maybe 4 to 6 weeks worth of meetings, they were still working on little tweaks, and they, the first meeting or two that they had, they did have the actual contractors on site to help with all of the production pieces at that point. But they've been able to dial their systems in.
That's great. And then if you don't have the answer to this, that's fine. I'm kind of curious what the engagement is with some of the other municipalities in terms of sort of comparing our 7,700.
Yeah, that's a great question. That's not something that we looked into, but we can certainly get that for you just for context. I think that's helpful.
Okay, I had some questions, Chris. On the improvement of the room, I thought, I was positive we had facility replacement, facility maintenance accounts that we're putting into for this kind of thing. You're saying that we're still technically library in this room, but they don't have a replacement fund?
Oh, we do have, like development impact fees, like for library. We have a library development impact fee. We have a city hall impact fee, general impact fee that's collected. But typically we can't use those fees for routine maintenance or like a replacement of the carpet, for instance. It would have to be something that expands service. and we have to make that justification. Those are what those impact fees are for, is to account for new development and the impact to city services and the fact that we are going to have to potentially expand services to meet the demand for those new developments. So while we would potentially have funds, and Ryan can chime in, we would have funds potentially to expand this facility. The funding for like maintenance items, wall treatments, carpet, that sort of thing,
Get it?
is more just out of the general budget, general fund budget, and our capital improvement budget.
Yeah, so brick and mortar type improvements, we have those kind of funds that are being put away, but not for anything just to maintain.
Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brian Corn, I'm Administrative Services Director. So we do actually have a facility replacement fund. It is a sub fund of the general fund.
Yeah.
But we have $2.6 million in there today, or as of June 30th, 24, but they've been 100% allocated towards a lot of them as parks and rec projects, a lot of deferred maintenance projects. So the funding on that is not available at this time. We are putting in about $750,000 each year towards that fund, which is essentially the proceeds from Second Wind Way. So I don't know if you remember the Shell game. We used some of this facility funds over there to purchase the property. Now the rent proceeds or lease proceeds are coming back to that fund.
Right.
But right around $750,000 a year.
And then I guess the reality and context there is through prioritization by the council and the community, we have those limited resources. We've put a lot of other projects ahead of replacing carpet and the wall treatment. It just hasn't been at the top of the list until...
Right. Well, we're still fairly good shape in this room, but I mean, like our shades don't work. I mean, it's time. I mean, obviously we need to do something. And we've been talking about this very item for many, many, many years, ever since I got on. You know, I've always said I don't really support it much because, again, sometimes when people see themselves on video, they talk just to talk and they want to, you know, kind of take up a lot of time. But you know, it's useful. I like it. On the other hand, you know, do we have the money? Can we fund it? I totally agree that, you know, we ought to consider giving you direction on, you know, what we want to replace, and maybe you can bring some further back on that. My other question I had was on KPRL. How much is a night on KPRL? Is it like $300 to $400 a night, I would imagine, somewhere in there?
No, is Ryan? You know, Ryan's looking it up. It's a good question. I'm trying to recall. I want to say it's maybe that monthly, more.
Yeah, that's another option. I think if we're going to have it on our channel where people can access it very easily, because on the radio it's gone in a second. Unless you remember it, it's not. Of course, I guess they have online too now, but. I would think, again, maybe we could save and defray some of this cost by just eliminating, you know, that. It's getting to be outdated. I don't know how many people really use it. Be interesting to know the numbers on frequency on that. But that would be another option to help, you know, support the project at this point, the way I look at it. So anyway, those are my questions. Chris, do you have another?
There we go. I mean, if we're using PEG funds, I'm not sure that cutting out KPR is going to defray much of anything. There are a lot of people that are technology challenged, and they'll listen to an AM radio because that's what they've done. So I think before you cut it out, we went through that with a Bearcat football games, and boy, did that create a huge controversy. So be careful. If there are surplus PEG funds, thinking of some of the things that our library does, there might be possible to do a remote camera or a portable camera. I don't know if that lends itself to that project or not. But I know some of the culinary stuff that's done up at Oak Park, for example, would be nice maybe to be able to film some of that and put that on the library's culinary channel. I don't know. Do we ever, Melissa, ever have a need for an overhead? Do we have other ways to incorporate that into?
We do have an overhead capable system. It's just not out on the dais anymore.
Okay, and it plugs in. There's a USB or something.
It's an HDMI. Yes.
And then there's talk about lighting?
We, for the semi-automated system, no, we didn't, but we would likely be talking to the vendor about that.
Yes.
We think the $225,000, there would be some money in there if we needed to do some lighting. That would likely cover it. If not, we would likely come back and amend the budget based upon the recommendation from the vendor.
Yeah, I think that would be a very wise consideration to.
We have a unique room. A lot of the rooms that we've seen have lower ceilings, a bit more direct lighting, as you saw with both Pismo and Arroyo Grande. So
actually, yeah, better acoustics too. I mean, you can hear this room's pretty tough.
But
so.
yeah, good question. And it's something that we were going to talk, if we're moving forward, we would talk to the vendor about.
Thank you.
Ryan, did you actually find that number? KPRL number?
Yes, it did. It's on average about $4,000 to $5,000 a year.
A year is what that is. Okay. All right. Okay. My question done. Anybody else? We'll open up to public. Anybody wishing to give a testimony on this item, please come forward. Sharon.
Sharon Roden. I don't know how many of you guys watched Friends, but there was a show where Rachel mixed up 2 recipes, and Joey would eat anything, and he looked at it and he said, peas, good, meat, good, yogurt, good. So it was all fine for him. But I look up at this budget and I'm sitting there going, upgrade council dais. It's good right now for $80,000. Replace window shades. I got blackout curtains at Lowe's for like $50. I know you want one where you can push a button and they go up and down. Carpet is probably necessary if it's been a while. But honestly, I think you could save a lot of money on some of the things that look good. And if it's necessary, like I have a feeling you are going to have different lighting. And I do have to say that one of the things that I got feedback a lot of time was people couldn't understand or couldn't hear when you were talking in the microphone. Either you're too far away from the microphone or it's just not picking up your voice adequately. That wasn't evidently about me because I talk loud enough, but anyway, I think it's a great idea. I think we do need to move into this part of it. And have it visual as well. I think it's important for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? And anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay. I bring it back to council then for recommendation and direction.
Can I make a comment, sir?
Pro Tem Gregory.
So I won't support a drone inside here either. So what I'd like to do is kind of move forward with the purchase or the idea of the purchase of the system and then have staff come back with, I agree with the carpet, but wall covering for sound and the blackout shades, if they're available in that budget, in the PEG budget, it still doesn't come out of the general fund, which I would be good with, but I want to make the staff present that. So I'm willing to make a motion, but with the idea for a staff direction to come back with items that might fit in that budget.
Second.
All right, motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Any discussion? All right.
Are we appropriating the money for that then?
I think he's asking the staff to come back for numbers.
So
you're appropriating the 225.
The 225,000 for the equipment.
Out of the PEG budget.
Right.
All right.
Out of the PEG budget, and then whatever items they can make work on the PEG budget in the improvements.
Okay, very good.
So just for clarity, we can move forward with the RFP for the video system. You want us to come back?
Yeah, schedule that and then come back with the other one.
Refine the costs and the PEG fund eligibility for the other items and bring back a more detailed budget.
And
see what it might look like.
Also, the dais is a little crazy cost, so I don't know about that.
Understood.
And what's nice about this dais is that it's a multi-purpose room. Yeah. They can break it down and move it versus some of the other ones are pretty permanent in the other council offices that I've seen.
Yes, we still have a lot of wires running through this one, so it doesn't really matter kind of what the material. The technology makes it challenging sometimes, but understood.
Okay, very good. Let's call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Yes.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Thank you. All right, city manager reports. Assistant City Manager Huat.
I will be very brief this evening. I have 3 items. The first is that would like to let the community know that the Royal Air Force returned to the Paso Airport in the last couple weeks. They are using the airport, I believe, for some supply drop-off, and it's going to be part of their exercise coming up here later in January, and then we're looking forward to continuing conversations with them for future years, but it was good to see their big plane back at the airport just a couple weeks ago. Also wanted to recognize our Economic Development Manager, Paul Sloan. He recently completed what's called the Accredited California Economic Developer Program. So he's now ACE certified, and that's a really nice designation for him. It's a multi-step, multi-tiered program that kind of tests his knowledge base and expertise in economic development. So very good recognition there. And then I got an update this morning that I'll pass along is that our Golden Hill Road Improvement Project still moving forward well. Still have some crack filling and slurry sealing to do. And then they're going to be doing some striping to finish out the project. It's been a little cold to do some of the slurry seal work. So once those temperatures get back up a little bit, we'll be able to jump right back on it. Important project funded through Measure E12. So we're looking forward to seeing that get done. And then work continues on Creston Road. I was out there today. A lot of work. I know we're working on crosswalks and gutters, and appreciate the patience of the public. The paving is coming, we promise. We have to do a lot of work ahead of the paving, so we're trying to communicate as much as we can to the public on the phases and what's happening. No, the project has not stopped. There's just a lot of work happening kind of on the periphery of the right-of-way or underground, and we should be hitting paving in the not too distant future. So that's exciting to get that underway. With that, that concludes my update.
Okay. Shout out real quick to our city manager, Ty Lewis. Happy birthday today. That's what I just remembered. We'll go ahead then to go to council business and comments. Start on our left. Councilwoman Beal.
Thank you. This has been a great new year. I'm moving very quickly through my committee assignments in no particular order. Main Street, they were great. It was great to meet everyone and connect with so many of them. On February 8th is the Winter Wine Walk in the afternoon. That'll be up on the website soon. But I also wanted to pass along that they specifically shouted out the city for the lights, the holiday lights. That was such a wonderful attraction for the city, great advertising for the city, great for the downtown businesses. And also they had some great things to say about city maintenance, working on some benches and some of the maintenance going on with the bricks and things like that, and that's been working out really great. So I wanted to make sure that got passed along. In terms of parks, really great, high-level, smart, forward-thinking committee there, great staff, obviously. And there was a lot of conversation just about the pressure on the city facilities due to demand, but also sort of the reduction of some of the fields and the district facilities. And everybody was just, kind of really paying attention to that and really mindful of that. I'll leave Housing Authority for my colleague here, but I do want to say a couple things about Housing Authority. I spoke to the manager who's doing all the lease ups for the new projects, and he was just telling me the stories of the different families and different situations. And I can tell you that the opportunity to get into some of these housing units is life-changing, right? It's life-changing. And it gives these families a little bit of breathing room. It gives them a little bit of disposable income, which is good for them and good for the community, obviously. So I know we sort of bring up, I'll finish up here in a second, but I wanted to maybe offer up the idea of getting Housing Authority in here on the agenda. The 2 new projects coming online, they have some other things in the pipeline. I think the timing is really good to hear something from them, from Lonnie and maybe their management company. Today I was at HSOC. The update on that is that their data dashboard is going to be live online January 31st. It's really great. It shows updated quarterly statistics sort of through the housing pipeline. So pay attention to that. I don't know what the web URL is because it's not live. The other big thing is they're going through a process to evaluate the grant evaluation. It's really tricky because they want to have some sort of guidelines that they can be putting in the RFPs that are matching the different pots of money that they're getting money from without being too prescriptive, right? We want to have it be objective, but not too much. So it's a little tricky. But they have a very good process, and actually they were very, very focused on regional kind of geographic equity to make sure that the North County is getting considered through these processes. So one last thing. I had a lot this week, and it's only Wednesday. There was a district meeting held at the 36th Street campus, which was formerly Georgia Brown. Councilman Bausch was there. Mr. Hewitt, Ms. 14 were there. It was a meeting of sort of interested parties in the community, childcare, housing authority, some elected officials, very high level. What are people interested in? Just a very introductory sort of conversation. So with that, thank you for letting me be of service.
And you also have coffee. Yeah.
I forgot my own gig.
Exactly.
Coffee with Chris, 4th Saturday. We'll try it for a few months and see how it goes. So the next one is January 25th. We'll meet at Market Walk. We'll see how it goes, 9 to 11.
All right.
And just as a little background, I wanted to make sure that there was some accessibility, not during the week. Some people can't come to meetings like this or coffee with the city manager during the week. So I wanted to make sure that there was an opportunity on the weekend. Thank you.
Well done. Councilman Strong.
Well, very good, and I'm going to try to keep myself a little bit brief. I'm only going to comment extensively on one, and that's the Housing Authority. They are having some problem with people not being able to afford their rent, or for one reason or another not paying the rent for many months now in almost every section of the project.
Not good.
So to that extent, they're suffering losses on an annual basis. But the losses only came to about 146,000, and their budget has a surplus built into it for 392,000. So they're still in pretty good shape as for the total budget is concerned. And meanwhile, they're moving ahead. A lot of these people, once they can't afford it, if they're just told, well, you'll have to move, then they move. But every once in a while, somebody says, nope, I don't want to move, but you're going to have to make me. And then that's extra cost because they have to go to court, they have to go through the whole process, et cetera, et cetera.
Exactly.
And they're doing what they can on that. But they're making a good effort. But then they've also got other projects going and other projects that are planned, and they're trying to move ahead on. So when it comes to Sunrise Villas, which is just north of Sierra Bonita and those areas, that is doing pretty well. They're planning on a mid-March ribbon cutting, and they're also going to be providing pancake breakfasts and also and they're going to start those in March. So we're going to have some pancake breakfasts out there. So I think we're even invited if we want to go. So they provide food for those who show up. And the nice thing about them is they are nearly complete. The only thing that isn't there is gutters and downspouts are 85% complete, and that's the only thing holding up the project right now. So they're moving ahead very, very well. Riverwalk Terrace is another story. There, the ribbon cutting is now set for late May because they've had a lot of holdups. They had a holdup on painting due to the weather. The paint won't adhere on the outside. So they're down to a lot of things. Site lighting, they're only 5% done. The sewer is 95% done. That's good. The top lot, not done at all. Landscaping, not done at all. And then roofing and many of the other things are still not really well along the way, or mostly along the way, but not complete. Only 52% done on the electrical, and the plumbing is only 50% done. Mechanical is only 50% done, and concrete flat work is only 35% done, with gutters and downspouts not done at all. So they've got a long way to go, and that's why that's delayed as much as it is. Now they are looking at other sites, and they're looking at Buena Vista, and they may be discussing this with the school board, seeing if maybe that's in that Montebello is another possible one, 10 acres. And, oh yeah, well, we're going to get to that. They also have some others. They had one at Williams Brothers Plaza, but the owners pulled it back because they want to develop that with commercial instead. So they forgot that. Now, when it goes to some of the other stuff, they're doing pretty well. But where's this one? I'm looking for one. Oh, they have awarded a contract to move ahead for their development partner for upcoming projects, and that's going to be the Affordable Housing Corporation. So they made that decision for sure. And Chris was pointing out something to me. What was it again? Which one are you talking about?
It's just, in general, I mean, there's several properties that they're looking at that are well-positioned to have, but they have an LOI with one of them.
So they've got the Avalon Hotel, Motel possible, 1.75 acres and 60 units possible. Beechwood Specific Plan and Creston Road, there's a 60-unit possibility. Former Georgia Brown site, they're still trying to determine because there might be too much underground problems, and so that they're not sure on that one at all anymore. And an Oak Park expansion still planned for maybe 2.34 more acres and about 70 more units. So they've got a lot of stuff in the works that they're moving ahead on, and it's very good.
Maybe we can get Lonnie to come by and make a report, with so much going on there too.
And the other thing is, I did attend SLOCOG today. It was the executive committee meeting. So there I can't say much at all because it's just like ours. It's a Brown Act thing. But the only thing I can say is we did approve the bulk of the agenda. And we were talking about some of those things earlier today with James when he was here talking, because they are doing the agenda itself is public, and they are proposing to move ahead with new projects and allocation of projects and the long-term plan for improvements, and that will be coming up starting in the meeting on February. So we'll have a better report for you then. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Fred. Councilman Belsch?
Thank you. A couple things. Attended Supervisor Debbie Arnold's retirement party. Congratulations, Debbie, and thank you for 12 years of just amazing work and representing North County. On the 29th, Shabbat of Paso Robles. Thank you to Rabbi Meyer and Mrs. Eddie Gordon for Paso's annual menorah lighting. Thank you, Frida and staff, for another amazing New Year's Eve party. On January 6th, 221 was SLOCOG. On the 7th, we had our special closed session city council meeting that Mayor Hammond talked about earlier. On the 8th, attended the IWMA meeting in San Luis with Mayor Hammond. Later that afternoon, attended the second Paso Robles Joint Unified School District 36th Street Campus Options Update Informational Meeting with Councilmember Beal. Thank you, Ms. Loftus and Mr. Pulowski, for giving us an opportunity to discuss some options. Later that afternoon, attended our amazing Youth Commission. Later that evening, special closed session, City Council. Thursday morning, the 9th, Paso Robles Library Board of Trustees, making good progress on the new bookmobile. It's going to take a cross-country journey as a plain van, come back to us as a fully equipped bookmobile. So very excited to see that transformation. And I think that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah, I also attended the menorah lighting ceremony. It was very nicely done with Rabbi Gordon. It's a really nice event, and they love having everybody there and bringing more unity to our community. I was also at the event for New Year's Eve, and I want to thank the staff and Frida for throwing a good party again over there. It's a really nice, fun time, and this time I heard a lot of comments after the party, people staying till 10 o'clock dancing. I left at 9:15 after the grandkids did the countdown with Mayor Hammond. So, but great event. People are really loving the lights, and I want to thank the city staff and the council for providing those lights. They've made a major difference in our holiday times, and someday I'd like to get the numbers for our sales, Mr. Ryan, for see if we have any increase in sales because of that. I'm sure we do. But just to be nice to say, it does help. I also attended the Senior Advisory Committee meeting on Monday, and I'm here to report that our one accommodation from COVID is now done. So the concrete space with a cover between the Veterans Building and the Senior Advisory, the Senior Building, has been finished. And I think that's right, Frida? I'm good on that? Correct. Okay. Good. So now we can start having some raging parties out there. So the other thing I'd like to comment on is I've been watching, we all have been watching the news and concerned about our neighbors in Los Angeles. I just want to thank our fire department for being proactive and removing the fuel and doing such a great job on informing our community on how to protect ourselves. And just a comment for myself is I do build homes that are WUI, which are wildland fire homes. And most of the homes that survived intense part of the fire were WUI homes, so they had the fire protection. And it's not all something I advocate, but on the west side, boy, I think it's a good idea. And my last comment of the, besides saying Happy New Year's to everybody, I'm following Chris Beal's idea, and I'm going to have my meetings, my office meetings every fourth Wednesday, starting out in February, the 26th, for at Just Baked, just in case you want a pastry too. And then on March 26th, I'll be over at coffee at Hotel Cheval or something Cheval Coffee, whatever. So I'll be over there on March 26th, and same kind of a format, 9 to 10:30. And we're doing it on Wednesdays because I'm trying to keep it center of the week to help their businesses, so not take too many seats from them. And just openness, and got a phone number, my email on there for the public to get a hold of me if they need anything or have any questions. So, and I'd just like to thank the council for moving forward and keeping our heads up. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve.
Mr. Gregory brought up something that reminded me of something else. Wasn't a meeting actually, but I am the incoming vice president of the Pacific Surfliner Railroad. And as such, I've been in communication with them because of the fires down in the LA area. And we instituted, at my suggestion, a $10 flat rate fee on the train anywhere you wanted to go. But that's only good through this Friday. But it allows the refugees for $10 to take a train anywhere they want to get to within the system. And that's a big help to helping some of those people get out of there, because right now the only way they have is Uber or Lyft. They're not nearly as cheap. So thank you.
Good, thank you. For me, I had county meeting, IWMA, Integrated Waste Management. We basically at that meeting approved where we're talking about education. That's essentially what IWMA does. We've been for years looking to see how we can get onto public television with ads and those kind of informationals that really does get the word out and extends to everybody faster. So that was approved at that meeting. Also, we just Peter Cron, our executive director, is going to be retiring after 31 years of service. I met him originally when I first came on board, and he's been a great driving force for IWMA, and we're going to miss him. Also, I'll make a motion or attention to the wonderful holiday season that we had. Just amazing how fast it went. I mean, I can still remember, the lighting, candle lighting, and all of a sudden then we're at the New Year's bonfire. Very well done by all the staff and everything that happened out there in the park. It's just, I think with what we do with our park, it enhances the whole downtown business district so much. And it's amazing what every time we went down there, it was just packed full of people, and I'm sure that's helpful to the businesses. So again, well done to the staff. I also make a shout out to our fire department, Randy. I know we have a couple people, I believe, still down there. I'm not sure at the fires in Southern California. I think admin is what we're doing.
Yes, we have policy.
Yep, thank you. I know we weren't able to send an engine, but administrative staff and something this large is definitely important to have right people in the right place to help things keep going. So, upcoming events, we have city facilities are going to be closed. Coming up next Monday, we have Martin Luther King Day, January 20. Martin Luther King celebration is also going to be that same day, starting at 1 o'clock. I believe we actually are at the Robbins Field at 12, and we're going to be walking toward the park, and the park is going to be there from 1 to 3 with festivities there. Then we have coffee with the city manager, January 24th. I think that's a Friday, 7:30 at Cal Coast Brewery. Development Review Committee, DRC, January 27th at 3:30. Paso Robles Planning Commission meeting January 28th, 6:30. Development Review Committee again, February 3rd. They're always on Mondays here up upstairs at 3:30. Paso Robles City Council meeting, our next one's going to be February 4th, starting again at 6 o'clock. This is our first time, I believe, we've started at 6. So I think it's working out pretty well so far. I would like to take a second, if I can, to adjourn our meeting in the name of a dear friend known for many years and passed away Sunday too soon. Kathy Stimmel-Malloy, long-term resident, Bearcat, supported so many people at St. Rose and throughout the city with so many different things she did. And her talents in music, office management, support for so many people will be missed. Again, too soon for Kathy.
And I'll second.
All right, thank you. So make a motion then. Any second, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
We're stand adjourned.